Good morning, good evening. Today is stream number 112. Gone forever, the days of the binary streams. Unless I get to stream 1000, I guess. So let's get things started. I'm working on making a multiplayer online game. And I'm setting up the back end. It's going to be a retro 2D style pixel art game. If you know about the old Ultima series, it's going to be kind of inspired by that. But I'm going to be putting in a ton of things, hopefully, for different play styles. So a lot of exploration, questing, working together in groups, crafting, all the what do you call it? All the tried and true ways to make a game fun. No, I'm just kidding. So just really try to make a platform right now for a game in which I'll be evolving the game on stream based off of player feedback. And it's since it's a multiplayer game, there's a lot of back-end work I have to do, and I'm still working on that. So major systems in the game, I'm really only hitting the top 3 or 4 now, but in order to actually have a full game, I'll need all of this stuff. So I have enough of the backend running now, so I'm getting to the point where I can start adding player accounts. So I have clustering of servers, persistence, versioning, some authentication, but here's where we kind of are right now. And the game architecture looks like this. You'll play the game from your browser. Its client code is in JavaScript, using Pixie.js for the graphics. And we're going to be connecting into the servers through WebSockets. Servers talk to each other through WebSockets as well. Each one of these server instances has a complete state of the game. They talk to each other to replicate that state. One server is selected to be the leader to make the final decision on what changes are made to the game state. So all of this is using an algorithm by Diego Ongaro called Raft, the Raft consensus algorithm. So I implemented that. And very recently I started adding actual state to the game, in the form of creating player accounts, resetting passwords, changing email addresses, that kind of thing. Just setting things up so people can create accounts, log in, and then we'll add actual game elements at some point, hopefully in the near future. So I keep a log with a plan for every day. So today's plan is here, and I've also started using Trello. So today I wanted to focus on trying to play around with reCAPTCHA to see, because it seems like the way to go to, what I want to do is prevent bots from registering fake accounts. So someone might make a script which tries to create thousands and thousands of accounts on the server automatically. We want to prevent that. We want only humans, not robots, to be playing the game. So I'm going to try to pull in the reCAPTCHA from Google. So it looks not that bad. There's a front-end aspect, which is going to be in React, and a back-end aspect, which is going to be making connections to Google's servers and verifying tokens. If I get through that, I'm going to work on rejecting bad passwords. So I did some research looking around for libraries that already do this, because I guess I just didn't feel like figuring out the problem. Found some promising libraries. I'm going to pick up one that looks pretty easy to integrate. We just pull in some source files, make a library around it, and then run passwords through it to make sure that they're good enough not to match any of the bad passwords in the dictionaries that are in that library. If I get through that, I'll have to start, or not have to, I decided to look into what do we do when we have multiple bad password or login attempts. For example, we could have a timeout. So every time they enter a bad password, maybe it doubles the amount of time they have to wait before they can log in again. Maybe that doesn't start until like after 4 or 5 bad attempts. It's just something to prevent someone from brute force attacking other people's accounts. And last but not least, I guess, would be trying not letting players register certain names, like restricting things so you can't register the empty string, or a name consisting of just punctuation, stuff like that. I'd originally thought of putting profanity filter there, but it's really a lost cause. We need human moderation of the game anyway. which is another subsystem entirely. All right, so demonstrate what I have so far of the game. It's not much. Let's go to the player console. While that starts up, I'll open another console here. Actually, I don't need this tab. Yes. So my do it script blows away the entire state of the cluster and restarts it. This is all running on my local machine, although I've been making sure this also builds for Linux and that I can make a cross-machine cluster. As soon as I can, maybe in the next couple weeks, I'll be putting this up into Amazon Web Services. Up in the cloud, yay, cloud! So that everyone can get access to it. But right now, just for testing, it's just on my local computer. So you can see from this log that the orchestrator, whose job is just to start up the Realm servers, starts up, launches 3 Realm servers. They connect to each other. They figure out who should be the leader. It's mostly a random number generator driven process. The first one to ask for votes usually gets to be the leader. The leader's job is just to collect together all requests, concatenate them into a log of state changes, and then replicate that to the followers. So I'm working on this player console in React. Looks like this. And might as well pull up the debug console so you can kind of see the state here. So from the very start, you're not going to have an account, but you might, want to register an account. So when you register an account, what you'll see in the game state in the back end, if I can show that, is a command to create the player, basically. And here's where this would be executed to write it to a database. Right now I don't have a database, so it's all just constructed in memory. Every time the server start up, they reprocess the journal and create the accounts in memory. So once we're logged in, we can do things like change our email address. And that shows up here again as another command called change profile. So we worked on this the last few days. And let's say we log out and log back in again. Logging out and logging in again don't actually change the state of the server, so we don't see any changes in the journal for the game. It will just read the password entry, the hash code we store there, and make sure that our hashed password matches that. So yeah, there's no game here yet. We're just still building up the initial login, log out, changing password. So yeah, change password brings up another screen. I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here, a set password command gets added. So yeah. What I wanted to work on today first is to change this so that when we register, we'll have a CAPTCHA. Actually, I kind of want to break this up into 2 screens, because when you register, I kind of also, both when you register and, ooh, that's right, we changed the password, didn't we? Both when you register and when you change password, we should have 2 different boxes for the new password, right? The typical thing. To make sure that typos are caught, would let them enter the new password twice. And for registration, same thing, but I also want a CAPTCHA window, just to make sure that we do our due diligence to make sure it's not a bot creating an account. So I'm going to change the register into being another screen, so to speak. And it'll have a little CAPTCHA window. And when you, hopefully it's just the new CAPTCHA where you just click a checkbox. When you click that, Google's CAPTCHA servers will give us a code, and we will send that code in with the registration. And on the server end, we just look up that code, or we'd send that code to the server, ask if it's legitimate. We get back yes or no. If it's a yes, we register them. No, I don't know what we do. Call them out as a bot, or probably just say, please try again. That did not verify. And we might also want to record that. I'm thinking ahead that if we are attacked by a bot, it might try to circumvent the CAPTCHA just by brute force retrying. So we'll probably want to you know, put temporary IP bans, rate limiting, that kind of thing to prevent, millions of requests per second. So, first things first, I guess we'll set up this new screen. So this is in React. And I'm not the best at React. I'm pretty much a novice. My experience is more in C++. So my React app doesn't look that great yet, but I hope to get it better. I hope to improve this over time. So right, I have it so that when you hit the register button, it goes into, it basically sends registration. It sets a state registering and then connects. And when we actually get connected, it says if we're registering, then register our account. If not, we will not register. We'll just do a normal login. So I want to change this to have it go through another screen, I think. So we need to distinguish between actively registering and then showing the registration screen. So just thinking of a name for this, another variable. I'm bad with names. A lot of programmers are bad with names. It's sort of a difficult concept to take a nebulous idea you have and then consolidate it down to a single word or 2 or 3 words. It's kind of a hard thing sometimes. So I'll just make it a long name. When all this fails, just make it a long name. Show registration screen. So we're going to change on register to that. And we do not need to do on connect because we're just changing a screen. And this is sort of my primitive way of selecting screens is I just have a chain of if, else if, and render. Like if we're changing a password, we show one body for the page. Otherwise, we're we're logged in, or we're logging in, or we're registering. So we're going to add a new one here. Else if this state show registration screen. So here I want to kind of have it look like the login screen here. Only we want to show this twice. Password again. And let me think about this. We have some state variables we can use. New password, on change, new password that I had been using before. Only we need to make sure that we clear those fields when we go into this state. So I can do that when we enter that state here. And might as well clear the username as well. Actually, nah, let's keep it. So because they might have entered their... Okay, how come it doesn't show what I want here? 278. They might have entered their username and then realized, oh, I need to hit this register button first. There we go. So I might have entered my name, Sean or something, and then like, oh, that's right, I can't log in. I had to hit register. So we kind of wanted to keep the login name. But if they had put a password before, we don't want to have them accidentally use a password from a previous screen. Okay, so I think I'll make it register and cancel. So register and cancel. Hey there, Romania. How's it going with you? I'm going okay. The cold working its way through the house, and I'm hoping I don't get it. Hoping I don't get a cold, because I had a cold earlier this month, and I hate having to cough and then mask my coughs on stream and all that junk. All right, on register. So we already have something called on register. So let's rename the first one on begin register. Oh, you have a cold? I'm sorry. Check out Reach Router. Well, we'll look at that later. Thank you very much. The stuff I'm doing now is simple enough that this works. I'm sure as it gets more complicated, I'll want some support from some framework. All right, so let's see. So on register, and do we have an on cancel? Let's make it specific. On cancel registration. So we have on register, on cancel registration. Put it here. Hold on, I'm gonna move my mic. Hopefully this doesn't make noises. Oh. Excuse me. Should probably mute the mic when I do that. I'm trying to improve the setup here so I don't get bad posture. It will make my life easier? So I don't doubt that. Let's see. Cancel registration. I just want to do the opposite of this. That's just false, right? And let's say they had started entering their password. Let's reset the entry. On register though, that's where we want to put what we had before, which was tell it to. It's like login, only instead of logging in, we wanted to connect. So what was the login thing? So this one. Right there. So registering. And registering is 1R. So we're logging in and we're no longer showing the registration screen. Oh no, this is registering, right? Right, because it proceeds once we've connected and we register. So this should at least have reworked the screen now, so that if I can log in if I want. Log out, but log out should probably clear the password too, don't you think? Actually, let's just have login clear the password. This one right. Hold on. Yeah, we should send and then immediately forget what it is, right? And we can do that in both places. We can do that there, right? And register is going to have 2 passwords, so we should clear that as well. Actually, I don't like reusing that. Let's make it a new one. Password again. On change password again. So this is making controlled elements. Okay, is that going to do it? Log out, password is gone, and I hit register. It opens up a screen here, and Alex, Hunter2, Hunter3. Oh, I forgot to do the check to make sure that those 2 are the same. So it'll register as the Hunter2. So if I log out and then do Hunter2, then we get in. Okay. I need to do the check. Probably here is the best place, right? If this dot state The password equals this state password again. Then we can proceed, right? So what do we do if it fails? Maybe it's time to introduce the error string. So this isn't the right place, is it? I just realized this. It's not the begin, it's the on register. Pack it up and move it down. Here it is. All right. So we're still turning off the show registration screen, I think. Or are we? And no, let's keep it. We're not registering, but we're gonna put in an error. Passwords do not match. And we're gonna turn off the callback there. Okay, let's introduce error. Let's put the error just somewhere prominent right now. How about above the body? I do this with a tertiary operator? I think I can. It's a property. Probably don't need those parentheses, but I'll put them in there anyway. Hold on. We want to put that inside of a div, don't we? Can I do it this way? Let's do parentheses. No. And actually, this is going to have a class name, isn't it? Error. Because I want to style it a little bit. Red. Okay, I'll need to make sure I clear error for certain things, so here we will clear the error in this case. Really needs to use router? I know, just guys, bear with me as I do this without all the fancy framework at first. I still need to study that, how to do the router, or what was the other one that was mentioned earlier today? I'm looking through. Reach router? Is reach router React, or is that supposed to be React, not reach? Anyway, I need to study that stuff first before I know what I'm doing. Because I don't know what I'm doing right now. Okay, so if they cancel, we also want to clear things. Let's try this out. Register. I want that indented and stuff. I guess that is because I had a indent of some kind. Yes, this thing. App body. Which div is app body? Oh, I see. Let me put the error here. And let's put a little margin if there is an error. Actually, what happens if I do this? Doesn't like horizontal rule. Oh, because it's not in the div. Let's keep that in there. Why not? It's not a typo, surprisingly. So there's reach router and there's react router. I guess when it doesn't match, we should clear it, right? So as we're doing a match, and it clears it, and we can hit cancel if we want. Should cancel clear the username? I don't know. Anyway, if it does match, here's where I want to add the CAPTCHA, right? Oh no, we want to add it on that same screen. You should be looking into the BEM naming scheme for class names. Okay. I'll research that as well. I have a card for this. Oh, I forgot to do the Trello update for today. I have a card for this on, like, figuring out how to do things for real. Maybe it was under bugs. No. It was like cleanup console or something. How come this has no label? This should have a label of interface. Admin console cleanup. Really, this is more than admin console. This is admin. This is front end cleanup. And let's add an item here while we're at it. I don't want to make the decision now about what kind of routing I want. Let's just say research, routing, research, BEM naming scheme. All right, I forgot to do this before though. I like to, previous streams work, archive all cards, and then I should have described what I did off stream. I did a bunch of work over the weekend because, I don't know, just felt like it. So I kind of cleaned up the player console a bit. It was only trying to log in once, so now I have it retry. This was a bug in the back end, actually. I don't know why it says interface. This is actually a state problem. There was a bug in the back end where if you logged in with the password reset, it wasn't saying that you were logged in. So you get immediately kicked back out when you tried to do a message that required you to be logged in. Same thing with this. Why does it say clustering? I don't know why I picked clustering. Should be game state. And yeah, same thing if you were a newly registered account, and I didn't have a going back to the login if you disconnect. I didn't have a log out button either, I don't think. What was this? Oh, I had a race condition in the admin console I fixed. Oh, there was a bad bug in Raft that I was seeing where sometimes you'd have two servers constantly starting a new election at the same time, and then it would just get into a vicious cycle where nothing would ever win. And that's because the election timer was never randomized, never reset for candidates. So I fixed that. And this was a bad one too. The journal wasn't loading back up correctly, and so it would corrupt itself. Oh, I added this in here. I should boot up the admin console while I'm at it. I have some neat little profiling things in there. Now I'm going to add to that over time as I go, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need these things. Start that up. So this thing is about, there's some measurement of how long it takes for the cluster to communicate with amongst itself. I could show that in a second when it boots up. And I was looking into this issue where we can see it right now. If I log in, right? Actually, if I make a change to the state, and you can see it when I show network and I go to the socket. So check this out. If I hit change profile, see how it took about 632 milliseconds to change my email address? That's because it's not that it takes that long to execute. It takes that long for the next heartbeat in the cluster to confirm to the server I'm talking to that, yeah, that got committed. And I looked into it. That's actually by design. We shouldn't see it in the real game because state changes being confirmed by heartbeat only happen if there's nothing else going on. So hopefully the game server will be busy enough that we won't see that unless it really is idle. So yeah, that's the work I did over the weekend. So let me show you the, actually this thing is going to complain. I have it used 3001. I'll show you the admin console. As soon as it boots up. NPM start is really slow for me. Come on. Come on, React. Or is this Node? Come on, Node. You can do it, Node. So yeah, after I show that, I'm going to be adding the capture window right here. Okay, so see these cool numbers here? They actually updates every second. It's interesting how the cursor selection changes when React redraws it. Anyway, it's showing the basically a round trip time between two servers. And it's pretty bad for debug mode, but for release mode where it's optimized, it's within a millisecond or two, which is good. So I can reset those stats and reload them. So when it's not optimized, it's pretty poor. It takes about 20, between 16 and 32 milliseconds just for two servers to talk to each other. We're not going to notice that, but in a real game, that would be horrible lag, right? So I added that over the weekend, that little statistics gathering. Anyway, we're going to archive all these cards. And what am I working on? It's this one. We're going to add the CAPTCHA window. Actually, let me check in the work I did so far. It was sort of the preliminaries. Stats, yeah, that's right. Stats. So I could put more stats there later. I should probably just say stats, not broadcast time. I don't know. Anyway. So this is console. Rearrange. Well, no, it's not just rearrange. Place new account registration form into its own screen. Screen. Show registration errors. That's about it, right? Yep. Actually, it's just show errors in general. I want to add the login error as well. Okay. So let's look at the reCAPTCHA stuff. I was going to pull in this React Google or reCAPTCHA. Let's just pull that in. Let's just blindly add it. Why not? New shell. Game player console. npm install React Google reCAPTCHA. reCAPTCHA. So it says I just need to add a reCAPTCHA element or component, I guess you call it, and give it a on change, which gives us the CAPTCHA value. So it should be real simple. Hopefully this actually works. I didn't try this before. We're doing it live. I have no idea if this is going to clash dependency-wise. It added it. Okay. Let's try to put it into the screen here. Suppose I would add it after the table but before the buttons. Oh, hold on. I need to import it, don't I? Import reCAPTCHA from React. Here we go. reCAPTCHA. Let's just put it in there and see what it does. Whoa. It blew up. What did it do? Oh, I don't have a required prop. Fine. So it needs a site key. We'll use the test site key. Wait. What am I waiting for? Let's use the site key that Google said is for testing. I think it was frequently asked questions. I'm not sure. Let's follow the other link as well. Test key. Here it is. So here's the site key for testing. And I guess while I'm here, probably want to put in the other key that's required, right? Formatting with tables, yeah. Don't hate me, because I'm a noob. Okay, this dot on change. Why is it called on change, actually? I don't like that verb in this place. Really, it's when it's interacted with, right? Let's just call it on reCAPTCHA. And then I'll make that a handler. Okay, and it wants the value. So for now, let's just do a console.log it. Actually, that doesn't need to be backticks, does it? Value. All right, let's give it a shot now. Oh, look at that. Isn't that cool? There's our reCAPTCHA value. Nice. So, I suppose what we'll do is we'll put that into the state and then we'll not let the register button be hit unless we have a reCAPTCHA value. So let's add reCAPTCHA. reCAPTCHA. Empty string. Or make it null, I guess. And then on reCAPTCHA. This dot set state value. And I need to make the register button disabled if we don't have a reCAPTCHA value. I think you do it this way, right? You say, actually, I don't remember. Someone look it up. React disable button conditionally. Oh, actually this one. Right, disabled equals. So let's put it after. Let's multi-line it. Disabled equals this dot state dot reCAPTCHA. nodded, right? So it's disabled, not a robot. Now we can register. Cool. Okay, I had double equal in there somewhere. Oh, look at that. I did. Okay, so we're going to send that to the server. Right, so this on connect, we're connected, and if we're registering, we're going to include the reCAPTCHA, like that. Hey there, the Epic Unknown, how's it going? Oh, and I saw KHPS official snuck in there amidst Buff Seagull's messages. I didn't see that. Hello to you too. All right, so we're adding reCAPTCHA. I think we're done with the client side stuff. So Hunter 2, let's show the React state actually. So not a robot, so we should get a reCAPTCHA value in there, register. So the backend doesn't do anything with it now, but it can. I should be able to see that it got transmitted. There it is, there's the reCAPTCHA value. So let's add the backend stuff. Where are we at? We are adding in bot prevention for registering fake accounts. So it seemed to be reCAPTCHA was the way to go for quick and easy, even though it annoys some people. And actually this scrolling is annoying me. Unscroll, please. Yeah, so anyway, I'm adding reCAPTCHA. So I just did it on the front end using this React Google reCAPTCHA, which was insanely easy. And I need to do the back end stuff. Also, I want to work on rejecting obviously bad passwords, dealing with multiple bad login attempts, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's sending the reCAPTCHA there to the back end. We just need to do something with it. So that changes our registration procedure a bit. We think about this. So in the back end, let me go look at it. In the back end, we have this web gate, which we can use to make new connections. And it assumes that we're using WebSockets. So when I need to make a version of this that is not using a WebSocket. So this stuff that's setting up a HTTP transaction, I think I have to loot this for what I want. We have to make an HTTPS request to Google to verify the token. Trying to think of how this would fit in. I guess we need to have sort of a collection of asynchronous tasks that are going on, right? Hold on. Do I have a worker thread in this engine? Don't I? Uh-oh. Getting this problem again. I think it has something to do with IntelliSense. Was it here? I had the worker? Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so it's already dealing with pending connections to other servers, so we can just add more logic in here to deal with that. This ought to be refactored into its own method, shouldn't it? I feel like refactoring this before I add more junk to this worker thread. So this would be a little, let's give it a name. It's connecting to other servers. Really, it's processing, no, it's processing pending connections, right? Oh no, it also makes new connections. So let us call it what? Process server connections? Process server connections? Why not? And then put all this junk in there. Okay, there's a pending connections I need to pull into there. Or is that? Okay, that's a map. Why do I have it? Oh, I do have it out of there. It has to, we have to remember what our pending connections are. I guess I will just pass that in. By a reference. Yeah, this process closing WebSocket is in the shared state. I don't know why it did that. And go peek and see why. Oh, because it is working on shared state. This closing WebSockets is shared with callbacks and stuff. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so let's make a comment for this. Connect. We'll start. Start making connections to other servers. Start making connections to servers to whom we're not already connected. And process any pending connections that have completed. All right, param in out pending connections. I'll have to rename that, I think, because this is going to be pending server connections. And I'll have pending reCAPTCHA connections, I think. Or should I just call it pending transactions, pending client transactions, maybe? Because I might want to make other API calls from servers in the future. This is a map from server ID to, what is it to? Can make connection results to context structures of each server connection currently being processed. Are currently in process. Connection attempts currently in process. So that's the refactoring step. I need to make sure all my tests still pass. Test Explorer to the rescue! Don't break anything. I must break you. No, nothing broke. Oh, I forgot to check this in. Let's check that in. All right, so player console add reCAPTCHA to a player registration. And this one, coordinator. Refactoring. Extract process server connections method. That's just clean up to make room for adding something new here. So now a worker is nice and clean. I'll just add another line here. Process, call it process client transactions. So the first kind of client transaction we'll make is as a client of Google's reCAPTCHA, we'll make an API request to verify a token. So I need to take a quick bio break, but I'll be back to add that machinery and get the CAPTCHA verified. I'll be right back. I'm back. Keep forgetting to change the be right back screen. I was thinking about changing it to show this screen with a little overlay saying I'll be right back. I should make this a checklist since this is a multi-step thing, right? So add reCAPTCHA to front end. So on the back end, we can mark that as done, yay! Back end. And infrastructure for making API requests of other servers. A REST request. So add reCAPTCHA request initiations. And then add reCAPTCHA results handling. Okay, so one thing I'm pretty sure I need to do is add a different kind of transport, because this one's making non-secure connections between private servers. And we need to make a secure connection to Google, because I'm pretty sure that they want us to make a secure connection. Go back to this and find out where they say how to do it. Oh, sorry, it's this one. Yeah, it's HTTPS. S is the key letter. So, right, this make connection goes here. Right, which uses this client, which is set up to use a transport. Yeah, so this transport is assumed to be insecure. That would be WebGate. Actually, what sets up WebGate? Would that be the main program? What calls that? Yeah, it is main. Okay. Yeah, so this is just making a client transport with no TLS decorator. I'm looking at how I did it on the server side. Connection decorator factory function. Oh, right, that's different. I call this from a bunch of places, didn't I? Is it all the same? F4. Yeah, they're all the same. Test framework calls it 100 billion times. So I should really refactor all that first. We're going to need 3 different transport factories: server, client secure, client insecure. Okay, let's just do it. So actually, can I do multi-line replace? Oh, I can. So I can go up, down, 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 end, comma, enter, mock client secure transport factory. Then up, left, left client. That will have changed everything, right? Yep. Okay. Maybe I should have just extracted that method first. That would be here somewhere. Set transport factories, right? So set, actually, let's do that. Hold on, I don't. If I do that, and then search replace all these again, let's see if this works. I'm gonna go like that and like that. Okay, cool. And then I can uncomment this stuff. All right, so mock client transport. gonna have two versions of this. Secure. Actually, it's insecure first, right? Actually, is it insecure or unsecure? I think insecure means something different. Okay. Unsecure. Alright, so we're changing this a bit. The factory eventually to call whenever a new client transport layer without security is needed. Okay, that means they'll have to have two different web clients. The way this is designed is it only takes one factory. I could probably improve that design by allowing you to probably what would be make sense is the factory ought to get a method, not a method, a parameter saying whether or not you need security or maybe just what scheme you're using. So HTTPS or WSS would get you security, but HTTP or WS would not. So yeah, we're gonna have two of these clients. Or an unsecure channel over a secure channel. Unsecure client. Secure. So this gets duplicated. This gets duplicated. This part. So we do a unsecure and then secure. Okay, so for a WebSocket, I can make this just more generic, right? So this, whoops, make connection here, not for orchestrator. This, so we can have another parameter, secure. This indicates whether or not a secure connection is required. All right, so connecting to other servers, it's true. Ugh. So here we use a secure field to pick which server we're going, which client we're going to use. And my IntelliSense is all screwed up now. I wonder what causes that. I thought it had to do with changing between debug and release with debug info, but I didn't do that since I rebuilt the project from scratch yesterday. Anyway. Let me think about this. In these test frameworks, I don't think we care, right? I think we just ignore that secure flag. Oh wait, maybe we do care. Because this looks at... Actually, we don't necessarily have to have two different transport layers for the test, do we? I guess we do. So yeah, actually we do. So it will be false, and this goes to mock unsecure. Is that how I... No, what did I call it? Where is it actually given, though? Oh, I called it server and client. No, that is true. Mock client transport factory. Oh, I did start renaming it. Unsecure, secure. I just didn't change it here. Without security. With security. Okay. What did I call it again? Client unsecure. Client secure. Okay, so I'm going to look for all the mock client transport factory. Okay, so 2 of these. One's unsecure, the other one's secure, but we don't actually have to do security. We just need to go into the different lists here. I suppose it's okay to share that, so we just make this one available. We want the factory to go to different lists depending on if security is requested or not, so that we can test that. So here we ask, we don't want security. It should go to the unsecure transports. It's actually client unsecure, isn't it? Then I'll have to add a test for the other way. Starts WebSocket, instead of, so again, false. And yes. So let's just build that. Make sure I didn't break anything. I probably did break something. I always break something when I do that much changes. What did I break? Oh, the main program, yeah. So we need to have two different factories now. Client unsecure is the old one. And we'll need a secure one, right? Which is going to be a little bit more elaborate. For now, that should do. And let me run the unit tests again. Shouldn't have broken anything there. Oh, I did break. What is that? System abstractions test? That I did not expect. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if there's a collision between tests if did I use same port number maybe? Connection receiving. Let me look for that. And network endpoint tests. I'm gonna have to randomize the port numbers I use. Network endpoint tests. Connection receiving. It uses a random port number. Huh. Interesting. Anyway. It just told me the output was unexpected value, so I didn't get enough information to... And what's this one failing on? Two unsecure transfers requested, really? Why is it two? Yeah, there are two. Interesting. We only made one connection request, though. It's already two by the time we get to there. Why? Zero? Try bind doing it? Oh, hold on. What factory is it using? I don't understand what's going on. Why is it making client connections? Set a bookmark there and find where those factors are set. Where are those factories? Mock client unsecure here. Let's run the test and see where that actually gets called. That gets called. Yeah, now there's one. So where's the second one? Strange. Oh, what's this? Right, it's inside a bind instance. Hold on. Try again. I think I'm getting tripped up by this breakpoint. Why is that 2? Oh, wait. I think I might be a copy paste problem. Yeah, it's a copy paste problem. Look at that. That should be secure, not insecure. Cool. All right. That's probably what it was. There we go. Copy paste is evil sometimes. All right. How long does that take to run? I don't suppose this is going to tell me. Hey there, playing with scissors. How's it going? I'm struggling to remember how I did the backend stuff for my servers, so that I'm adding a whole new piece of machinery in there to make secure connections from my servers to Google servers. So I'm adding another web client that uses security, and going to be using that when we make new connections. Wait. To add the security though, I didn't fill that in yet, did I? Right, this just makes one without any security. And I forget how to do this, so I'm going to cheat and look at another project where I used client security. Where would that have been? I guess I can search for this, right? See where I use it. Hmm. Not here. Okay, I think I need to open my old project. New window. Let's make it a little bit bigger. It was Excalibur. Yay. I'm doing okay playing with scissors. How's Adam doing? I wish I could both stream and watch Adam stream at the same time. Unless I change my schedule, I really can't keep up with his channel while I do mine. Chat's been really quiet. Yeah, chat's been kind of quiet in my channel. It gets a little bit more active when I do react because I do react horribly and it offends people. Like the Buff Seagull says, "Ooh, formatting with tables." Yeah, I'd have to change my schedule to probably. The problem is like I could stream in the afternoon, evening, but it's a lot more noisy. And then I have sometimes I have to drive kids places, so it really doesn't work out very well. I guess I could stream on the weekend and take 2 weekdays off, and then it would be more staggered. Let me think. Or was this? I guess I just searched for the same thing, right? This stringy. What state is this Excalibur in? So Excalibur was just a goofy name I came up with for the initial effort I did on Twitch to make a what does it say? Do I actually say what I'm doing here? This effort. So it started out as making my own web server, which would be where I made all the components for making my own web server, and I got to like November-ish, and I pretty much had enough of a web server done, so that I went to start thinking, what do I do with this web server? And then it kind of transitioned to making a game out of it. So right now the state is I am building up the infrastructure for a game built on my web server tech, but with fault tolerance, state replication, multiple different servers, running this on the cloud with the front end in JavaScript. So just adding a whole bunch more work. And I even broke down the major systems of making a game out of a web server. And the web server-ish stuff is, the server side backend is just like 4 or 5 of these subsystems. And then there's a whole bunch of like interface and game stuff I need to get to. But I think I'm maybe 80% done with the baseline infrastructure for the server stuff. So today I was working on authentication. So specifically using reCAPTCHA to prevent bots from registering fake accounts in the huge numbers of fake accounts. So I have the front end going. It looks like let's just register a new account. So I have the reCAPTCHA working. We get a nice, where do I show it in React? Get a nice reCAPTCHA token. And so now just putting in the backend. So in the backend, we have to take that token and send it to Google to verify it. So sending to Google requires opening a secure connection, so HTTPS, and I didn't have that ability on my server end. So right now I'm taking previous work that I did on the client end, I'm going to be moving it in to the server. But please ask me any questions about anything that I might have skipped. Okay, here we go. This is what I want. I want to use this, pull in this TLS decorator, which I will configure with certificates. What's this server name for? Oh, that's given to us. That's the server we're connecting to, because the TLS layer needs to know that. So this is what I want. I want to have the certificate authority certificates available, pass it into my factory, and construct one of these TLS decorators. This thing has been popping up recently. It's annoying the crap out of me. It's some bug with IntelliSense, I think. Because whenever I see that message, my IntelliSense stops working. Right, so it's this line and this line, which are these 2 lines that I need. Let's just pull all 4 lines in. Again, don't pop that up. This window. Okay, here's where I want it for secure connections, right? make one. Right, we make one, and then I have to add a connection fact. So this whole thing I need. That's the whole thing that's new, right? Subscribe to diagnostics, and then do that. Can't find any demo trailer or anything similar. I don't have any demo at all because I don't have a game yet. When I get enough of a game going, I'll have a trailer. Developing a server in C# and client in C++. Oh, that's nice. Yep. A lot of the stuff I'm doing is for the first time as well. I've done back-end C++ a lot in the past, but I've never done a game, and I've never done a JavaScript client in React. So a lot of stuff I'm doing is new as well. Okay, I need the certificate authority certs, and why am I doing this? Oh, because the default connection factory probably does that for us, right? Let me see if I can find what the default does. I think the default just makes one. Yeah, so the default just makes one. We're overriding the default to make one and add a transport layer security decorator on top. So that's why we're taking over responsibility of making this. So I need to pull it in. So that is system abstractions network connection. Which means I need to make sure that we have our dependencies set right on this. I do. Okay, we're good for... oh, but I don't have TL... oh, I have TLS decorator. I guess I thought of that in advance. Yeah. Are we not... oh, no, we're using that already for the server end. Yes. So the server end, we're all good. It's just the client side we haven't done yet. And I just need certificate authority certs. Actually, I don't think I have that yet. Need that. Okay. I guess we're pulling in it as another host configuration item. Yep. So that just adds to our capture list here. All right. So let's just assume we have it. It's just loading another file, basically. One of these guys. So, this will be CA certs path. CA certs. I was on the fence of whether or not to make the A capital. Certificate authority certificates. But then that's more pleasing to my eye because I'm used to Pascal case or camel case. Okay, we'll go with that. So we'll say CA certs file. Certificates. This is CA certs. Hold on, wait a second. Yeah, where's key? Oh, it's up here. It's a string. Okay, so I need to have that certificate authority certificates in the first place. So I guess we'll put it here. CA certs. What have I been calling it in the other project? Let's find out. Well, I think I was borrowing it from LibreSSL somewhere. Yeah, I think this is it, right? Cert.pem from apps OpenSSL. Okay, so it's going to be, let's just call it CA certs. I'll just need to have some build step to grab that. So a build step here, sort of like what I'm doing here. Add custom build step. copy from TLS source directory this file to that slash cacerts.pem and make sure that that actually works. It reminds me, I never did respond. Someone actually asked me on LinkedIn to make like instructional videos or tutorial videos about CMake, and I never responded to the guy. I feel like I don't really know enough about CMake to be called an expert. I know enough to get by. So like that, for example, should have worked. It should show up under build orchestrator. There should be cacerts now. Oh, maybe not. Where would no, it would have built it in the build directory for the Realm server host. That's right. Here's the certificate, authority certificates that we are leveraging OpenSSL or LibreSSL's list from OpenBSD. So we have that available. Right, I need to copy that in my staging script here. So in addition to copying the executable, we're also going to copy the cacerts.pem. And the package script needs to do the same thing, right? We make a package, we'll want the certificates in there as well. And then it'll be available to every Realm server. Yay. Oh, one more. The default package needs to include that name. Where was that? Here somewhere? Yeah, here we go. So we need to add that here as well. cacerts.pem. Okay. Cannot build the orchestrator because it's running. Let's stop it. Now run. And do it. Okay, so it's installing files. Oh, interesting. Look at that. They can't connect to each other because they're using TLS. Why are they using TLS? I screwed up somehow. Did I add the TLS layer to the wrong factory? That'd be funny. Let's see what I did. TLS decorator. Actually, that would be the... No, not try bind. Right, not try bind. What is it? It's make connection, isn't it? Secure, okay, maybe I set it to true. No, I thought I set it to false. It should be using the unsecure client. So what's the unsecure client using? The unsecure transport. Unsecure transport is set up by the main program. Right? It's the second one. Maybe I got the order wrong. Unsecure is no TLS secure. Okay. So it's unsecure is second. Huh. What did I do wrong? Secure is second. I mean the third. And let me double check. So in the coordinator, when we make connections here. Oh, why did I do that? Yeah, we don't want a secure connection. We want an insecure one. Just being dumb. Yeah, between the servers inside the private network, I don't want security because it just adds an unnecessary layer. It's all secure because it's all inside the private network. All right. I mean, okay. So this didn't fail for two reasons. This didn't work for two reasons. Number one, it's using security when I don't want it to. The other reason is it's trying to do a TLS connection to to a plain HTTP server, and which isn't using TLS. But even if it was using SSH or TLS, I would need to include the certificate, self-signed certificate I'm using in the CA certs anyway. So there's like 3 reasons why it wouldn't work. But anyway, it should work now. Good. So they're all connecting to each other, and you can tell because they were able to elect a leader. And looks like our console is connecting to it. This one. And we're getting the nice statistics out of it. Isn't that nice? Okay, so oh yeah, I forgot about that. I guess once you click that button, you only have a certain amount of time to hit go for it to do something. All right, so that was the machinery that I needed. Oh, I didn't add the rest. Oh, no, we added the client, but I don't have the requests part done. Let's add the requests part. So that's in the worker. I was going to add another, what was I going to make it? Another map? Or just a set? I want to make new client transactions. And when they complete, I want to trigger some callback. So I think I need to collect together some information in a structure. What? Oh, I guess I have a lot of things called shared, and it's confused. Okay, so here's a good place, right? Yeah, let's put it here. So we'll have a structure called client transaction. Oh, wait. There was something I did in the other project where I leveraged this. Was it main? That wasn't it. Oh, maybe that was it. What did I do here? This is how you do it synchronously. You just make a transaction, you make a request, and then you wait for it to complete. I want to make them asynchronous. I also want to attach more data to it. Did we do it here? No. Not in Rover. I forget what Rover did. I think Rover just did a simple web get. And IntelliSense is completely screwed up. I'm hovering over this and nothing's coming up. Okay, so it's gonna do the same thing. It will hold on to a transaction. One of these. HTTP iClient trans. Is it a shared pointer to one, I think? Let's see. Oh, there's a delegate we can set. Forgot about that. So we could actually use that. In fact, yeah, I think I'm going to use that. So yeah, we get a shared pointer back. So I want a shared pointer to an HTTP. No suggestions. Here, I need to decide now. Do I reset this to get IntelliSense working, or do I trudge along without IntelliSense? See if I can get IntelliSense to work just by reloading the window. Okay, so far so good. So transaction. So this will be, let's call this something more specific. Transaction context. Because we want the transaction, we also want an ID number, right? No. Hold on, let me think about this. Actually, I don't think we need anything else. I just need to make a map of IDs to transactions. So maybe we'll leave the structure there just in case I need it. Yeah, I was gonna put it near where I put the I don't see it now. Oh, maybe because I wanted it to be in the shared state. Yeah, because it's shared with callbacks, isn't it? So let's move it there. Okay, so it kind of we'll go here. We need to include HTTP client. Really, it's iClient, isn't it? Somewhere here, I have the map I used to hold on to server connections that are in progress. Where is it? Other instances. I'm just not finding it. I'm not finding things today. Pending oh, that's right. It was not shared. But in this case, I do want it to be shared. Okay, so we're just going to add it. So that had a map, and then there's also a unique, there's some kind of a counter, right? Oh no, it's just by instance ID. Okay. All right, so putting it here somewhere. I guess it doesn't really matter where. Put it at the end, I guess. We need a map to, from integers to, oh, come on. I just made that type. It's called client transaction context. Already, IntelliSense. Client trends, I'll just make it the full name. And then we'll have an integer. Next client transaction context ID 1. Why not? I'm not going to document them yet because I'm sort of just prototyping this right now. Yeah, so I'm making another helper here. Process client transactions. Actually, do I need to process them? They have callbacks, right? So I don't really need this. Yeah, so we'll just handle this directly, which should be in the engine. When we get a, well, let's do it without CAPTCHA, just to be simple. So we'll just have it do some kind of random client transaction whenever something happens. Like, how about login? On login. Hey, let's see. Let's have it do it on the server end, on the leader end. Oh, wait a minute. No, this didn't matter. It could be, it's whoever whichever client we're talking to. Okay, so yeah, let's just put it in here if they do a bad pass, or we're just for testing. So we'll make a new connection. Oh wait a minute, did I have that in WebSocket? I don't even have that in WebGate at all. WebGate has like a make WebSocket connection, but I don't want a WebSocket connection. I want a non-WebSocket connection. I just want a normal transaction. Yeah, I just want a transaction, right? So, base class first. Virtual HTTP iClient transaction, a shared pointer. Send HTTP request. Send web request. Send request. It has to kind of have all the arguments that the creating a transaction does, which I have here. IntelliSense is broken here. Can I reload this? Okay, yeah. Persist connection, do I care about that? I suppose. And there's no upgrade delegate, so we'll just pass in the request and always try to persist the connection. So request. Why did I make it pass by value? How did I do that? Isn't this a heavy structure? Yeah, why did I do that? I don't know. Oh, probably because of this. We needed a copy. All right, anyway. That's all we need, right? So that's the interface. There we go. WebGate is the concrete. And I think I need to search to see are there any mocks of this I have to update. Yes, there is. Look at that. I got a mock I have to update. So the mock also has an override, which doesn't need to do anything quite yet. We'll just return null pointer because that's valid for compiling reasons. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hold on a sec. All right. WebSockets. So I think we will just... Oh, wait a minute. I wanted to make it... We can, again, we want to be able to pick if it's secure or not. All right, all 4 places. Okay, so we're going to, I think we just forwarded to, so. Having to reload to get IntelliSense working is really ticking me off today. Okay, so I'm just going to get a reference to the one I want. So client equals secure star impl. Really? IntelliSense is already broken? I rely on IntelliSense way too much, I think. Oh, this is the wrong class. It's WebGate, not WebSockets. That might be why. Yes, that was why. Okay, so with that client, I think I can just do this, right? Come on. Really? It broke already? Grrr. Come on, you can give me suggestions. You can do it. Fine. Look it up. Request, right? And we get back a transaction, which we can just return. No. I thought I got rid of IntelliSense issues years ago, but it always comes back. Okay, so we send the request. Yeah, this is the easy part, right? And actually this part could be a reference, because we don't actually modify it ourselves, so... that could be const reference. Persist connection. Okay, so they are actually already defaulted. So that's really all I needed. Just a tunnel to ask the WebGate. Yeah, I use either your secure or unsecure client to make a new request. We get a nice transaction object, which we can use to set a callback. So let's do that. So let's say auto const auto ID equals, and then we'll do a we're inside one of these callbacks that doesn't have a context. It's not part of the context. What did I call this? Client transaction context? No, it was next, right? Next. There we go. That plus plus. And then now we can store it. Context engine client. Now no suggestions? Come on. Transaction client. We'll just use the full name without the S. Index ID, right? So then this thing has a transaction, so we can ask this one's WebGate. Hold on, is the WebGate not in the shared structure? I might need to move it then. It is not. Okay, so let's move it. Okay, so that's going to break a bunch of stuff in here because it's going to want shared in front now. Whoops. Shoot. What happened? It's getting really screwed up. I lost my context. And I keep getting that error. Okay. I can live through this. I can survive. Reload again. It's like getting more and more corrupt. I wonder if this is just a buggy version of VS Code and they'll fix it soon, I hope. See, it's like, why did it have green squiggly lines there for a minute? Okay, let's just build. The compiler is better. The compiler will tell me where all the problems are. That shouldn't have linked. What did I do wrong? Oh, how did that... I moved that. Okay. I must have undone the move. Okay, there we go. It makes sense. Everything is now shared except for the worker thread. I need to rethink this architecture where everything is in that second level indirection, and these are not. Maybe everything should be moved in, and then this impl becomes a very thin veneer, or maybe goes away. All right. Anyway, that builds now, right? Okay, and then we have access to it here. Web gate. Send request. So we have a request and we do want it to be secure. Let's make a request. Oh, wait a minute. This file. Yes. There we go. All right, so no suggestions. Thanks a lot, IntelliSense. How about now? Reload. Now, can you help me out with request? You know, this sucks. All right. We need to set the method. And the target. And I'm going to leverage that URI class I made to, if only IntelliSense will work, I could get a suggestion about it. No suggestions, you suck, IntelliSense. There was a, like, from string thing in here. A static. Parse from string? Yes. So it's not equals, it's dot parse from string, and then I can just put the string in here. So I'm just going to put something random in here that we know will work. Something that doesn't return private information. What was one that didn't return private information? And return something small. Well, let me try something here off screen. Yeah, I'll be right back with that window. So, actually, I guess I could show this part until I actually run the command. So I'm just going to my old project, going to its build folder, and I'm going to use rover. Rover. And then I can put in something here. Let me try a few things. So like, That one I don't want because it revealed my IP address. So it's not wikipedia.org. How about yahoo.com? Okay, that was an okay one, I think. I'm just scanning it to make sure there's nothing private here. Actually, will google.com do the same thing? Let's see. I'm just looking to see. I think this is fine. So if you do an HTTPS request to google.com, you'll get a 301 moved permanently. I don't really care as long as I get something like this. This is, I'll do the same thing, but from within my server, and I will, I think I will just log. I will log the response. So we'll hope to get a 301 moved permanently. We can also just print out the location as well. Anyway, yeah, so we will just go to google.com. And is that the only thing I need to set up? It's like not sure which target I mean. Okay. Yeah, it's this garbage. Okay, we can put headers, but I don't think I needed headers. Did I? I guess I can look and see what Rover did. What did Rover do? Yeah, Rover was a little test program I made a while ago to just test out making client requests. So yeah, we did get target. Okay, that's all I did. Right, so yeah. Same thing here. So we just make the transaction and then we need to, we'll attach the callback here. So this has like a way we can set a callback. Set completion delegate. That's what I want. Yeah, like why is it doing this stuff? I don't know. See, let's set a delegate. And it's just any function, text nothing, returns nothing. It'll be called when the transaction is completed. So we will capture the ID and I guess the context, right? So context. Context being a shared pointer, so we can capture it. And actually, let me think about this. Maybe it makes more sense to make a weak pointer. That way it doesn't prevent the WebSocket from being destroyed. Yeah, let's do that. This is a cleaner way to do it anyway. Weak pointer to our WebSocket context. Right, so context weak. You are weak. You need discipline. Weak context. So we'll recover the context doing this. Context weak dot lock. IntelliSense is not going to help me out, is it? All right. Technically, it will return a null pointer. Let's for now just print out some stuff. So whatever is in that transaction, there's a state and there's a response. So we can just print the response. So context, this is not going to help me, is it? All right, you know what I'm going to do? This is really irritating me, is I'm going to stop everything, make sure nothing is running in that folder, I'm going to blow it away. This works for a while, as long as nothing is running in it. Come on. Is it this folder? Let me just close it. Nothing should be in that directory. It should not be busy. I wonder if it's like the Microsoft tools getting stuck there. Of course, Murphy's Law says by the time I track it down, it won't be busy anymore. But I'm just guessing it's the code stuff. Well, Do a handle search. Find handle. Build.vscode. Find which process is hogging that folder. Hey there, multiple pixels. I am fighting IntelliSense today. It's just OBS that's running right now. Searching. Something is hanging up my build directory. Oh, there it is. CMake. The hell's CMake doing? Oh, yep, and it's using all my RAM. Kill it now. Kill it with fire. Last time it did that, it kept consuming memory. It kept taking up memory. You can see it's starting to consume memory. It did that until my system got completely locked up and I had to force restart the computer. There's something buggy in the tools. It's only just recently started happening. New window, and you'll just recover the window. The old-fashioned way. Just the right size. Go to that folder. So it's going to bitch and complain that it doesn't know anything yet. It has to build everything. Just fine, let it do that. Oh, that is because it's a... There we go. Hold on, wait a minute. That's not right. Was I in the wrong folder? I was in the wrong folder. Let's try this again. Let me quit this one first. Then this, well, I actually quit in the wrong order. Oh well. It's gonna open the last project, which is the wrong project. It's fine, let it. Let's just switch it. Times like this make me want to move to Linux. Let's just get started opening up another window. I was gonna like use that window and switch projects, but it was busy. Just do it. Yeah, I know. Just sometimes like stuff just doesn't work. Okay, I don't need this one anymore. You know that it's the tools that are broken when you can recover just by wiping all the cache. Just wiping the whole build directory and telling it to start over again, and then when stuff just starts working again for a while, you just know it's the tools. I mean, it only takes what, 30 seconds to build this stuff, so I'm not too bummed having to do this. There's the frequency of having to do this that might annoy me. 30 seconds might be a pretty good estimate. Actually, no, we're going to finish before 30. But maybe not. Linking takes a bit, right? And it's going to go over 30. 31, 33, 35, 37. Much more than 30. All right, so, but now my IntelliSense should be working again, right? Yay. So I should be able to say context engine diagnostic sender. See how much faster I am when this stuff just works? Send formatted message and level 3, and we'll say heard back from Google. I think it's unsigned and then a string. So that is this. Oh, we have to look up the transaction, right? So we also need to get the mutex from this callback. So where's an example of me doing that? Lock guard, one of these. So that is context engine mutex. now it's safe to access the transaction entry. So that's auto client transaction contexts entry equals, it's a bunch of indirection, client transaction contexts find ID, and then we have to be prepared for it to be having been removed early. So if it's equal to end, then we'll just return. Otherwise, we have access to it. So it's that second transaction response status code unsigned int. Okay, so it's status code, and I have a reason phrase, C string. Good. And then I think we'll just abandon it at this point. So it would be again accessing this collection dot erase the entry, and I don't care what it returns. All right. So it'll run this test now whenever I log in with a bad password. So let's do that. So do it. And where's my client? Here's my client. Let's just log in. Bad password. Oh, did it use the insecure one? Oh no, it went to the wrong port. It's 443 for HTTPS, right? So that's how you do it, right? It's just a peculiarity of my HTTP client. It doesn't get the port number from the protocol right now. I should probably fix that. Did I build that? I did. Okay, let's try again. Log in. There we go. So it's working. So now the real thing would be to move this. Actually, it would be really nice to make this a helper, wouldn't it? So let's refactor this into a helper. We really just want to send something and get something called back that doesn't have all this extra goo in it, right? So how would I do this? Something like this. Context engine. What are we calling this? Send request. So let's do a send HTTPS request. So we can, because I kind of wanted to just say google.com and just the callback that we actually need, which is this part. Actually, we'll make it even cleaner. So it'll be that it expects an address of a member of the coordinator engine. Where is it? Oh, okay. Why didn't that just work? Huh. Does it have to be Realm server? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. So just a point of address of a member. So let's call it test client request. So we'll make a method of the engine that we can call back. It'll be the callback. So sort of, actually, let's make it an on. Test client response, request response. I can group it with all these all the ones that start with on are like callbacks. So yeah, it doesn't, this is just for a test, so we'll put it down here. And what do I want back from it? I guess I would just want the response, right? So it would be const HTTP response, right? iClient gives us response, I think. Yes, it does. Although we should probably not inherit the dependency like that. Okay, so that's our test thing. Let's go to this method and oh, we are on the declaration. See how much better the IntelliSense has been since I blew away the whole build directory? It hasn't stopped working yet. It's like it gets confused or corrupted somehow. Okay, so there, let's put a bookmark on that, and I have an old bookmark there. I don't need that. Okay, I forget where we were. Up here somewhere, probably. Yes, right here. So here's what I really want out of it. Right? So I just want to have it say the message. That's it. And just use the response and not have to do all this crazy indirection, right? So there's our test method. Does IntelliSense index the build directory? I think it does not, but yeah. Well, hold on. Where would I check that? Would that be in this directory? I mean, maybe this is a problem where I tell it the include path is everything I have, including the build. If there's a way to exclude the build, I should probably... I wonder if that's it. So how would we exclude the build folder from the include path, but include everything else? Basically make an exception to that. I probably should look this up, right? So VS Code... what is this? CPP properties.json include path exception. There we go. See, someone else has already looked this up. Okay, this is not telling me what I want. Turn off recursive. Yeah, I knew that. Search exclude. We could do that, right? We don't want it to search anyway. Okay, let's try that. So, search exclude is a global setting. Let me close that for a sec. So, search exclude. So that's a good thing to have, but we should add to it our build directory, right? So let's do that. So I think if you just start typing this, it puts in the defaults and then we just add to it, right? So it would be, I guess we could just do this, right? Build VS Code. There we go. So now it should not search the build folder. So how would I test that? Search for something that is in the build folder, like, let's pick something. Something like in this CMake cache should only be in the build folder. So if I search for this string, right? I already had it exclude. So let's tell it not to exclude the build folder. It finds it, but maybe that's because I have it open. Let me search again. Ah, see? So if I were to temporarily remove that, it should find it now, right? I want to make sure that this works. So I'll do the search again. There we go. So if Bob is telling us the truth, if they honor the search exclude, then we should be fine, right? As long as I add this back in here. // build-vs code true. There we go. And test it one more time. There we go. It actually lets me clean this up a little bit too, doesn't it? Hey there, Mike in Principal. Shout out to Mike in Principal. He just released a game called Thrusty Ship, and he was working on some educational stuff the last time I checked. He is a experienced game dev, worked in AAA, and is making a what would you say? He's gone indie. He's gone indie, folks. So watch his stream sometime. How are you doing, Mike? I'm adding in API calls from my server to Google to verify CAPTCHAs. So I got a prototype working, and I'm just refining it so that I can make a very simple call saying, we send a request to that, call us back there. I wonder if actually I should include the whole context like this, because I'm gonna want, yeah, I think I should, because then I'm gonna want to be able to attach stuff and just set that as the target. So this I have to move into this send HTTPS request, so that needs to be defined in the engine. Yeah, where to put this? Where do I want to put it? I guess I'll put it at the bottom. Why not? You went to sleep at 7 a.m. after an almost 19-hour stream? Wow. I can never do that. I can barely go over 5 or 6 hours. I don't hate I don't hate that you answer it. I really was curious. But it is sort of ambiguous when people say, "How are you?" Sometimes what they're really saying is, "Greetings." Actually, I did really mean it that time when I asked how you were doing. But that's impressive. And why are you awake now? You can recover with how many hours is that? For you, it's 1, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Only 6 hours of sleep after being up for that long? Wow. You have to work. No, you don't have to work. Aren't you the boss? Doesn't the boss get to say when you have to work? Okay, oh, I was looking to see what I needed here. What do I need? Just the target string URL, URI, and then the pointer to method. Okay, so const string target URI encoded, and then here's the tricky thing. I need it to match this prototype, but it needs to be pointer to member syntax. So I think it was void and then star coordinator engine : handler, and then the exact type we need there. I think that's how you do it. Or is it like, is the star go there? Can never get this quite right. Oh, I think that is right. Split personality disorder, huh? Is that what happens when you go indie? Is that you just work every single day for like 22 hours a day? Or in your case, 18.9 hours a day? Okay, let's put the body of that here. All right. Actually, let me make it even more reusable. We'll call this a web API, send web request. And we'll include whether or not we want it to be secure. Or should we just glean that from the... Yeah, why not? Why don't we just be smart about it? There we go. I'll be smart about it. I know what I'll do. So this will just be web request. And we won't include the 443. We'll make that something that send web request does for us. Okay, then this moves, right? This becomes what send web request does. We paste that there. All right. Web request. You'll be ramping down slowly. I got it. The gold build, isn't it go gold after a certain number of sales, or is it just called gold when it's the final release? The industry term for a build that looks like a customer's build. Oh, okay. It's a music industry term, right? Gold means like you've sold a certain number of copies. Gone gold, gone platinum, and all that stuff. All right. So we can parse the string, and here's where I'm going to do a little bit of trickery. We'll say if request.target.getScheme equals HTTPS. So we'll default to be secure is false. If it's secure, we're going to override the port number to 443. This is stuff that actually the web client should do. I just didn't design it very well. Why isn't it not like it's behind? You're behind the times, IntelliSense. I didn't write T. There you go. Make fun of IntelliSense lag. Okay, so we send the request. It may or may not be secure. And then, oh wait. How do we get a, oh, I had a provision for this. It was, I inherited shared from this, right? Oh, maybe I didn't. I can do that though. Where is it? Yeah, there's a little trick you can do called shared from this. Enable shared from this. So you do this trick. Because we know it's always handled through a shared pointer, we can do this. You say public enable shared from this and then our own class name again. And I think for that I need memory. So when you do that, in CPP, you can get back the context. So oh, wait a minute. Do we actually need that? Actually, no, we don't. We don't need that. I don't need that at all. I just need the this. But I want to make a weak pointer to this. So yeah, so here's what we'll do. Weak pointer to ourself. This week. Actually, let's call it self. Week. And it's shared from this. That's what you do. So recovers a reference to ourselves, makes it weak. We can pass it in. And then recover self. And if it's null, then we just don't do anything. Otherwise, we can get our own mutex this way. Go through our transaction contexts, recover the transaction context, and then if we find it, we can call it this way. Pointer star handler, which I need to capture. And then we pass the response. That's this. And then we're done. Oh, we actually have to erase it at the end. And then this always has to be put around extra parentheses. I hope I did that right. I didn't quite do that right, did I? Okay, it's an additional dereference there. Ugly, but it should work. Did not work. Why not? I need to do a dot star. Pretty sure I don't want dot star. I just have something wrong here. I think that that should work. Because what is self? Yeah, that should work. I don't know why it's not gonna, why it tells me it doesn't work. Pre-prod, pre-alpha, alpha, beta, final, silver, gold. Okay, I just never heard of the silver and gold before. Hmm. Interesting. I'm gonna ask the compiler what's wrong with that. Arrow star is illegal as a type shared pointer. Okay, so what do I need to do? I want to get that context out. Do I just do a get? So auto self raw equals self get, and then use self raw? Is that what it wants me to do? I guess so. Interesting that shared pointer doesn't let you do arrow star. This is basically, it's the same as binding. It's binding the self to a pointer to method. So it's basically saying call that method, and for this use self raw. Ultimately I would just want to say self arrow star handler to bind the self, which is a shared pointer to a engine, to bind that and call it through that. But I guess it's not something you can do with shared pointer. So I get the raw out of it, which is just a raw pointer. So it's just a coordinator engine pointer self raw, and then you can use the arrow syntax. And yeah, let's see if that worked. So I'll restart the cluster, and then the way I've been triggering it is just try to log in with no password. There we go. So everything is pretty set up now, and we've sequestered away all the complicated goo, so it's reduced down to this. So now I can actually do the CAPTCHA verification. So CAPTCHA verification would be on register, right? And we should do that where? We do that in the client? Would be here? No, yes. So before we pass it along to the leader or handle it ourselves, we'll do the CAPTCHA check here. Yeah. So it looks like this now. Only I need the official URL. Here it is. And then we tack on secret, which we're just playing around with the test for now, so we can use the test secret. And then response. Yeah, that's the token, right? And then, oh, I need to put that in there, right? I have to be careful about this though, because this string comes from the user. Is there something I can reuse, or I want to be able to escape it? Does this have something I can use? It's part of the query string, but I want to encode it correctly. Yeah, does set query do the escaping for me? It might. Encode. Okay, it does encode it. So if I build it a piecemeal, then this will work. All it's doing is hex encoding things that are not allowed. Okay, so let's, I know what I'll do. Let's add another argument to this one. Actually, I'm undecided what I want to do. Yeah, what if I just pass in the URI required? So that instead of this, it would be a URI. Let's just target URI. I just need to include that header. URI is the very first component I did on stream on Twitch, by the way. The very first one. So we just assign it. And then that means there's just a little bit more work we have to do here. So we have to build the URI. Target URI, I guess. Target URI dot set. Actually, let's just parse from string the leading part of it, which is a constant anyway. And then target URI dot set query. Here we will build a string. So system abstractions sprintf, which means I need system abstractions string extensions. Okay, so it'll be question mark, and then there's a secret. And then response equals another string. And then the secret we know is just this for now. Here's where we would put in our real secret. That when I do this for real, we'll fetch that from a file, and I'll try not to show it on stream. Because it's supposed to keep a secret. Okay, the response we get from the message, right? And actually, I forgot what I named it. What did I name it? reCAPTCHA. Okay, and then we're going to send that request like that. And for now, we're just going to print out what the response is, right? Actually, what do we get back? Oh, we actually get a body back. So let's print that. Like this. So it'll be response body dot c string. All right. Okay, so we'll just do this piecemeal. So right now it's going to send it asynchronously, and in the meantime we'll just pretend it worked. But if this works, what I'll have to do is move this into this handler and only do it if the success is true, right? So let's just try this for now. Okay. So restart. So now I will need to actually put in something, do the CAPTCHA, hit register. Oh, look at that. Missing input response. Missing input secret. I screwed it up somehow. So maybe what I should do... Oh, because it's not supposed to be a get. I think that might be it. It's supposed to be a post. So let's fix that. Actually, let's include that in these arguments. Let's make it a method. Alrighty. Post. And just not assume get. There we go. Method. All right, let's try that. Let's also print out what we're sending before we do this. So we'll say diagnostic sender, send formatted message, sending to. We're just printing out all the things here. So it's going to be method.cstring and actually it's just method and URI, isn't it? So request.target. What did I call it? Parse from string. What's the opposite? Generate string. Turn it into a C string so I can print it. Okay, let's try this. All right, start over again. So register. I am not a robot, I swear, and then register. Oh, we had 2 question marks in there. That might be why. What do we get back? What is this? I don't know what that is. Host requires a content length header? Interesting. I thought you could put it in... Oh, no, you have to say it's URL encoded or something like that, right? I am not a robot, no. No, sir, not a robot. Okay, so I'm getting closer. It's just that a couple of mistakes, right? I don't want to put that in there. And I guess I forgot how HTTP works. I wanted to make a post URL and parameters. Yeah, I think you have to set a target header. I thought it had a content length though. Okay, see you, Mike. Have fun. Have fun with your work. Is this it? I have to do URL encoded. The keys and values are encoded. But what, I still have to make it a body? I want an example. Oh, here we go. That's what I was just looking at. Okay, so I don't put it in the query. I put it in the body, and I have to set that to be the contact. Okay, I can do this. We can do this. It's a little bit more complicated now, though. I know what. I'll just have a body in here. So this is getting a little bit more than this send web request can handle, isn't it? Let's split this up. So we'll have one that just takes a request. And then one that takes a method in URI, another one that takes method URI. Actually, we don't need a method. Let's make this into get and post. Get request, post request. We don't need a method anymore, but this will take a body and a type. Okay, let's just do this. Let's do it this way. Okay. So this will take an already assembled request. These two will set up the request first. So let's see, I can take that and put some of it here at least. The method is get. Let's let this part of it be done up here. So here is fine. I guess that means we're allowing it to mutate it, or giving it a copy. It should be fine. Copy's fine, right? Method, yes. Actually, let me move this out to heat. Well, let me think about this. I don't think I need that. All right. So here it's just send web request. Request handler. All right, so for post, it's post and target, and then request body equals body, and request dot headers dot add header content type, and it is application URL encoded. I have to URL encode it though. Shoot. How am I going to URL encode this? Oh, that's right. I was going to take the let me think about this. Take the query out of the target so I don't have a body anymore. Yeah, so let's remove the let's just remove this out. So I'll leverage the URI stuff. So URI without query. And then we'll get it out. So auto, oh, hold on, const auto query equals target URI generate string. This is not the query, is it? This is the URI target URI encoded. And then I'll just do a find. So const auto target URI query delimiter equals target URI encoded dot find. First, I guess we can just do find, right? Find the question mark. If that is not equal to string end position, no position. Then we have a query, so we will set the body to that, right? So request.body equals target URL encoded.substring delimiter plus 1. Actually, that's all we need to do, right? And then we need to add the URL encoded. And move this up. And here I'm going to remove the query part. Set query to empty string. I need to, yeah. So from the original target URI, we get it as a string, so it's encoded. We get the query part. Assuming there's no fragment part, this is going to be screwed if it has one. Really shouldn't be doing this. There should add something to URI to like a helper to encode, to do URL encoding for me. But this is just this'll get us where we need to go for now. Just to make sure this is right, maybe I should print more stuff out here. So yeah, let's print out more stuff. Diagnostic sender, send formatted message, sending. Request, we can actually tell it to give us a string out of this, right? Generate. There we go. This became post, right? Send web post request. All right. Do it. So register. I actually don't really need to type in a password here. I am not a robot. Register. Oh, I think the response got cut off. Length required? Oh yeah, I didn't set the length. Why didn't it set the length? I thought it did that automatically. But the response is also cut off somehow. I'll be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. All right. Let me run that again. Yeah, why is it doing %03? That's I screwed something up there. Oh, I should do a clear query, not so it shouldn't have that on the end. Okay. All right. So in this, we should clear query, not set it to empty string. And I guess it for some reason it needs the let me search for content length. I could have sworn I set that automatically. Server is setting it for responses. I guess client isn't setting it. Oh no, wait, hold on, wait a second. Here it is supposed to be setting it, right? Okay, it does if it's chunked. Then this is what, handling the response, right? Yes. Okay, I guess we're just not setting it. I guess, I assume, well, shouldn't we set it automatically? Anyway, we'll set it. Content length is equal to the string form. So system abstractions, printf, the request.body.length. And that's to C string. Well, hold on. No, it takes a C++ string, right? Yep. So something else was wrong because the request was cut off. Oh. This needs to be make a string out of it, and then that dot C string. I wonder what it was actually trying to do there. Let's try again. Oh, look at that. Success is true. And we're setting it correctly. So, yeah, it looks good now. Look at that. Post to the API 1.1. Here's our type. Here's our length. Here it is in the body. It looks like we don't need to worry about percent encoding it after all. Normally, but we can't trust the client. Right? So it'll be percent encoded if it had garbage in it, and then let Google handle the bad input, right? Do I need to worry about other kinds of data injection there? They might try to spoof remote IP. I guess we could go through the string, just basic sanitize it. It will be, look for this marker here. The @ sign marker. Don't allow that. Because it looks like the responses are alphanumeric with dash and underscore in it, but nothing else. Does the Google stuff say what it is? I wonder how many people actually make sure that, because you could have a hostile client send a reCAPTCHA value that has like URL encoded stuff in it, right? I wonder how many people actually check that. Like you could spoof the secret, you could spoof the remote IP, all sorts of crazy stuff, right? So we can prevent that by just disallowing, just doing a quick sanitization and reject it if it has any weird characters in it. Let's do that. So let's get the string out first. reCAPTCHA is this. If we make it this far, we can do that, but we can do a little bit of sanitation here. So for auto ch in reCAPTCHA, if so we say it's just not alphanumeric. I had a helper for this, didn't I? In strings. I have a lot of windows open. String extensions. String extensions. Right here. To integer, to lower, join, split, unescape, escape, parse component, indent, trim. I guess I don't have it here. Should just literally say what we allow. If it's less than lowercase a and greater than or greater than z, and if it's outside the range of it, if it's outside any of these ranges, basically. So if it's not an alphanumeric and it's not equal to, looks like they allow a dash and underscore, right? Then should we print something? Should we hang up on them? Let's hang up on them. How do I hang up on them? This way, right? We erase them from the clients and return. I'm pretty sure that response was alphanumerics, dash, and underscore. No other characters are in there. What would really make me more comfortable is if they said so here. Wonder if someone's asked this question before. reCAPTCHA sanitization. No. Here we go. Sanitize and validate post captcha response. Alphanumeric characters, underscore and dash. But this will not ensure that there are not other characters sent. Yeah, but they don't, he's just saying it, it looks like. I don't like, that's not good enough for me. Not looks like. Should we filter the Google reCAPTCHA? You should wrap URL and code around anything before inserting into the query string. Yeah, so to do it the right way would be to encode it correctly. So yeah, let me just glance quickly at how this is done. I think I was looking at this before, right? It was... But it's more than that, though. The query can have... it can have other characters in it, right? You can have this sub-delimiter in there, which would allow them to spoof the secret. Although the secret would always be first. But what if there's two secrets in there? What does Google do? Who knows? right? So we say secret equals something, and if their response has some secret equal, like maybe the response is like immediately an @ sign and then secret equals something else, they could, if Google has a bug where there's two secrets in there and they only use the second one, they could totally hack this. So it's not good enough to percent encode because it's not a character you have to percent encode, is it? So really, maybe we just keep it that strict. It'd be really nice if Google said so, though. Like how, what's the character set? What if I just search for dash? No. Dash. They don't say. They don't say what the format of the token is. Well, okay, well. We can be overly strict, right? Now, if it breaks, and I'll fix it. This will prevent any kind of injection attack. So we should be good now. Okay, so. Guess I can remove some of these diagnostics, right? What was that printing up before? The sending and the response. Okay. And then I can rename this guy. So what are we going to call this one? On reCAPTCHA response. I actually need some more information, don't I? Let me think about this. Let's allow the creation. Yeah, let's put in a callback. So I already had room for this, right? So I had a structure. This one. I can put in an extra thing here. Yeah, so it can be pretty simple. Functional. Function just that doesn't take anything and doesn't, this will be hold on, let me think about this. Yeah, we'll pass in the transaction, that's what we'll do. So that will be a reference. How about, we don't need the whole, actually we don't need the whole thing, do we? I can just do response. Or no, we don't, we need the whole transaction, don't I? Because there's other stuff in there I might want. Right, we might want to know if it timed out, unable to connect and all that stuff, so yeah, we'll just keep it like that. Completion delegate? Okay. Well, thanks for the follow. So we're making it... bookmark that, go back up and find that again. This is what I want. Hold on, let me think about this. That's not only... Oh, it'll capture everything else it needs, yeah, so we're fine. Yeah, so let's tunnel. We can tunnel through some stuff that we might want. I want to capture this original message and the actually I don't really need to, do I? I just need to be able to call this. Okay, there is the message. Maybe that's what I'd end up tunneling. Yeah, okay, I do need to tunnel that stuff. So it'll take the message part. We don't need the rest. Yeah, okay. Make a bookmark here. So I need that, and I need this. What is this? This is the... Okay, it's not a... That's not a response, it's transaction complete. Transaction. There we go. Whoa. There we go. Okay, just one thing at a time. Incrementally, this is still prototyping. I haven't really, I haven't done any test framework changes to test this yet. This is all prototyping to make sure this will work. So, goes there. But it won't fit that exactly, will it? Shoot. I can change this though. We can make it faster, stronger, better. Actually, let me think about this. What do I really want here? Hey there, Rita. All is pretty good. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how I want to pass things around here. In the back end, when we receive a request to register a new player and we get their CAPTCHA value, we have to first send it to Google to verify it. And this is asynchronous, so I'm trying to figure out when the response from Google comes back, how do I want it to arrive back in my code? I can't just pass anything here unless I make it a function. I was going to make a pointer to member like this, but maybe it's more trouble than it's worth. I'm trying to balance like making a reusable function I can use for other API requests. So to make it reusable, the parameters have to be pretty generic. But then on the callback, I need specific information. I'm not sending JSON. It's receiving JSON from the client, but what it sends to Google is a post. But yeah, I need to take that JSON message. I can show you what it looks like. So it sends this register and whatever password I typed in. I didn't bother to put one in, so it's empty string. The reCAPTCHA value, type register, and my username. This goes to the server as a JSON message. So it arrives here. We extract out those parts, and we save who we're registering for, and we're verifying the CAPTCHA first. Just trying to decide what to do here. I guess what I really want is I want to put this into I want to put this into a context, into a delegate, And we'll make, like, just, I think I'll just have this call a delegate when we're done. So const auto. Actually, I can just build it in here, right? So something like this. We're going to capture the message, right? We're going to be given a few things, and the results are going to go into here. Let's say we're given the engine directly by reference. And we're given the transaction as well by reference. All right, and then that means all of these contexts can go away. Actually, context, all of these change to just engine dot. And we're going to ignore transaction for now. Right, I think this is what I want to have. Basically, send this request. When it comes back, call that. So instead of this kind of a deal, let's just formally define it somewhere at the top, I guess. So using client transaction completion delegate equals standard function. We don't need anything back from it, but it's going to be given these two parameters. All right, so that replaces this. So all these get replaced. Yeah, it's C++11, where you can pass around functions as first-class variables. That's what I'm doing. Each one of these is a function now. And we can just call it when we're done. So these are all forwarded right now. And it's here, we're going to call it. So we just tunnel it. So, and then I just need to call it and give it the, we don't need self raw anymore. It's just going to be dereference self and then dereference the transaction. So that's this guy. And then we erase the transaction because we're done with it. Okay, so it's a little convoluted, but I'll show you what this really does. I need another bookmark for up here, don't I? Oops. Set the bookmark. Actually, why is this giving me an error? Undefined. Oh, right, because it has to be realm server. All right, so what we're doing here is we're setting up our URI for the endpoint Google has. Then we're adding a query string for our parameters, and we're calling this helper that will send out the request to Google. And when it's done, one way or another, we time out, we cancel it, or it comes back with a response. It'll call this function object. That function captures the message as context, so we can use it. And we're given as parameters our own this, basically, our self, our engine, and then the transaction, which I'm not yet using, but I will in a bit. So right now it's just using the engine to basically proceed in the registration. So in the middle of that, it's this post. It appends the method post. It is taking the query string out and coding it and putting it in as a XWWW form URL encoded body, which is what it appears like you're supposed to do for posts if you have parameters, and then sending it, which is really just setting up a record, a context record, setting port 443 if it's HTTPS, and then we call the send request on our web gate, which gives us back a transaction object, which we store in our context. And we're using a callback, so basically telling the transaction when you're finished, call this back. And what this does is it verifies that we still exist. The transaction we still care about it. So if we still exist and our transaction we care about the transaction, then we call the original callback, which would be to proceed with the registration, and then we drop the transaction because we don't need it anymore. So a bit convoluted, but hopefully that roughly makes sense. I want it to look simple on this end, where you send that request to another web server, and one way or another it gets back to this callback. So yeah, let's test it out. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Do we want to print, while we're at it, just print the transaction here? It'll make me feel better. So it'll be engine.diagnosticcenter.send formatted message, and we'll say got back from Google something. And that will be, we'll take the transaction response and just turn it into a string. We'll just print it out to the diagnostic log like we were doing before. All right, so do it. And in the client here, we hit register, and we'll do I am not a robot. Register. There we go. So we got back success is true. Get a bunch of other interesting things back for Google, don't we? We get a challenge timestamp. So we could, I guess we can use that to verify that it wasn't replayed. No, we can rely on Google will only send us success once, right? It's a one-time only token. So why do they bother telling us what the challenge timestamp was? I don't think we care, right? So I guess the next step would be we'll look at the success, and so it's in the body, right? So we need to parse the body as JSON. So const auto response JSON, response body as JSON. Actually, we know it's JSON, right? It'll be JSON value from encoding transaction dot response dot body. And let's print it out. Parsed body as JSON gave us this. And I'll just print it back out again. So it'll be response body dot to encoding. You hate your job? Oh no! Is it your coworkers again playing with scissors? Or is it the actual work? Like if you had no coworkers and you didn't need them, would you still hate your job? Am I being too insightful? Am I inciting angst? Everything is wrong. Oh no. I was that way about a year ago. Then I got laid off and I started my own company and it's different now. All right, let's give that a try. Register. Testing the CAPTCHA. Go. There we go. So we're able to successfully extract it out. Any chance I'm looking for developers? If I had money, I might be. But I don't even have enough money to support myself yet. If I am successful enough in making this game so where I can actually make a good living, then I might hire developers to get even further with it. But I won't really know for probably another 6 months. So yeah, it's one thing to start a company. That's easy to do. It only costs you whatever you need to register with your government. Depends on where you live, right? But to actually be successful and be able to hire other people, that's a whole new another thing. All right. So we have the success back out now. So if response body success, we proceed, right? Actually, I guess we can do an early return if it's not success. Here we'll want to print out some kind of warning. Diagnostic levels, warning. IntelliSense is much better now that I completely blew away the build directory and rebuilt. What do we want to say? Is there anything in there that I care about? Not really. I'll say reCAPTCHA failure. What if it fails? What does Google say we get back? We will get some error codes. Okay, so let's print out those error codes. And it is an array, so we'll just simply do a two encoding of that. How can I simulate an error? I guess that would be I could screw up the reCAPTCHA on purpose to see the errors. Let's try that. So that would return early, right? And we don't need to see this, do we? Actually, let's keep that in for now. Let me screw up the reCAPTCHA on purpose. So that would be actually we can screw with the key, right? Let's see what happens if I screw with the key. Hopefully I don't get blocked from Google by screwing up the key. Should say something like invalid key, right? Invalid input secret, okay. That's what I want to see. Is there anything else in there that might be of use? Not really. So, instead of screwing up the key, let's screw up the reCAPTCHA. So let's like add an extra character or something. Oh, I can't do it that way, actually. I need to do it here, I guess. I can just add it here, right? No. Oops. Actually, okay, I can not make it constant, I can add a character that way. Alright, let's see what it does now. This is fun. I am not a robot. I didn't expect to see a true. I guess if you add garbage to the end, it's okay. Interesting. Okay, what if we overwrite the first character? Can't do that? Thought you could do that. Oh, not with the string. Character, though, you can. Okay, now we're corrupting the value. So new CAPTCHA value, and then try to verify. Really? I can corrupt the first character and it still takes it? Oh, wait a minute. I read about this on their site. They say something like they always return success if you do it correctly, right? Where they say that here? Said it somewhere here. All verification requests will pass. Okay, so that's not a valid test. I'd have to try with the real key. That's not a test key. Should probably do that soon. But it's already taken me 3.5 hours to get this far. I think I'll save it for later. I will just brush this off and make a test around it, and then call this feature worked on enough for now. That's what I'll do. So I don't want to print this out or this. By the way, it succeeded, so it should have gotten further. I should see that it changed the game state. If I look at the game state. I don't have a really convenient way of looking at it. I just have to browse to it and find it. Yeah, so it added the user. It did indeed. Now we don't need this herd back, do we? Oh, wait a minute. I don't even need this anymore. I don't think anything uses that. Yeah, nothing's using that. I can just comment these now, right? Send the given web request and call the given delegate back once the transaction to send the request has been completed. It's totally asynchronous. And there's no way to cancel it right now. In order to cancel it, I would need to have some way to find it again. Actually, yeah. Well, I'll do that later. This is the request, web request to send. This is the function to call back once the web request is complete. Okay, so these other two variations were specific for get and post. This sends the given request using the get method. Send the given request using the get method and call, right, send using the get method. And then post. Actually, let's take that and paste it here. This is a web request to send using the post method. The if it contains a query string, the query string is removed URL encoded and put into the body of the request with a type of specifically what they're telling me to use. Application X www form URL encoded. Those are just wrappers around this main one. What else did I change here? Okay, here. Yeah, what do we do if we're told to, what is this for? This is overall for the server, right? Yeah, what happens if the server is quit when these haven't been completed yet? I guess they get lost. They get dropped. Yeah, I think we don't need to do anything about it. This holds onto pending web request transactions being made by this server to other servers such as Google for reCAPTCHA. The keys are unique identifiers chosen by sampling this guy. Or let's just say that there's unique identifiers. The values are context structures holding information required for each transaction. All right, and then here's where we're going to say this is used to select unique identifiers as keys for this, for the client transaction contexts collection. It is incremented each time a key is selected. All right, and then this one needs a comment as well. This holds all the information we need to keep about any pending web request transaction. All right. This object is shared between us and the web client, and will hold the status of the transaction and the response once it has been received. All right. This is the function to call once the transaction is complete. Did I actually need that? Or is that extra? Forward, okay. No, this is the wrong class. I actually didn't need that. I thought I needed it, but what did I do with it? I put it somewhere else, right? Oh, I just tunneled it directly into... Right, I leveraged that, so I don't need... I didn't need this at all. Right, that was extra. Thought I needed it, but I didn't. Okay. This is the type of function given to... What is it given to? Send web request. Given to the methods which send web requests to be called when the requests are complete. Engine. This is a reference back to the coordinator which sent the web request. Transaction. I'm just going to copy this. Totally copy that. This is expected to be mutated. We actually make state changes in response to that. Okay. Hopefully I didn't miss any documentation anywhere else. Let's, do I want to check this in without actually having tests? Or do I just want to review this to make sure I didn't change anything else? I didn't document that one. Is this WebGate? Okay. WebGate. Documentation. asynchronously send the given web request. Yeah, that's all we need to say. This is the web request to send. Secure. This indicates whether or not we should use TLS. Transport layer security when sending the request. Return an object which is an object shared between us and the web client is returned. Okay, I described this much better back here, didn't I? Holds, yeah. Holds the status of the transaction in response once it has been received. Okay. I'm not checking in, I'm just using this to see what changed so I can see if I've missed any documentation. Okay. Yeah, I moved the WebGate around, didn't I? Verify the CAPTCHA is sanitized, send it to Google. If we get a response back, proceed. If it's success, otherwise... Actually, should we send something back to the client saying it didn't match? Yes, we should. Which means I'll have to capture the original WebSocket. Okay, send request. Yeah, that's the body of those three methods. All the documentation is there. Right. The mock had to be updated. I don't need to, I don't, I've sort of gotten lax on documenting test framework stuff. I don't think I need to worry about it. There I sort of refactored all those 4-liners down to a 1-liner. And yeah, that name change is now all unsecure connections. Pulling in CA certificates, which we needed to talk to Google. And there they are. I can check those in. Those don't depend on anything else, right? So we can check these in at least. And I can check some of this in. This, though, requires a WebGate to be changed. I'll just hold up on that. So right here, I'll say add packaging staging of CA certificates. Oh, this should be in that last one too. Cool. I like the amend. It's really quick and easy. Okay, so that the prototyping is complete. Oh wait a minute, no. There was one more thing I wanted to test, right? The if it fails. So let's just pretend it always fails. So that would be in here. Let's just pretend it always fails. So that we just comment that out and say if true. And instead of just logging and returning, or in addition to logging that there was an error, we also want to tell the client about it. So we'll need to stash the WebSocket and call it back. Do I want a strong reference to it though? I don't think I do. I think I want a weak reference. So let's make one. Standard weak pointer WebSockets WebSocket. This is how you break strong references. You make a weak one and you capture the weak one, and then you first thing you do is you recover the strong one from it. And if you can't get it, then you just drop the message. There's nothing you can do. So if we get one back and we get to here, we're going to send them a message. And I kind of want it to look like the other login failures, so like this. Need to improve on this, really. I think it should just be success or fail. If it fails, there's an error. Hold on, one thing at a time. So it won't be bad password, will it? Let's just keep that for now. And in the front end, I need to actually do something on login status. So yeah, I had put into this front end a little bit of extra state, right? Where I had like an error. And we can set it to status for now. I think this will work. Let's try it. So now, even though the CAPTCHA succeeds, it should tell us it didn't. So register, I am not a robot. Bad password, okay. I'm just considering, should it return us back to this or should it return us to here? And because one reason why it really might be a bad password, you might put in a password that we just don't accept. And maybe we want to clear the password and just say bad password, and then it's like, please pick a better password there. And then clear the reCAPTCHA, right? Actually, what happens if I do that and I hit cancel? And go back. Yeah, it resets it, right? It's a new component each time. I guess it's good enough for now. So that test works. Null error codes, that's fine. All right, so run in the backend. We'll just put this back to the way it was. And let's do the formal testing. So WebGate is first. We added a method called send request, and it's supposed to return a transaction. All right. Actually, the test framework doesn't really care as long as the transaction is tied to the, it's whatever the web client gave us. Okay. So I haven't linked this yet today, but now that I'm done prototyping, I'm going to do like so-called the right way to do it. It's test-driven development. I use Google Test Framework for this. So it's a little bit more of a formal thing where really if I hadn't prototyped it already, I would start by making a test first. So the WebGate component I changed, and so I need to make a new test case that illustrates and tests the new method I added, which was this send request. So we'll have a send request test. And sometimes I'll do this, sometimes not, but when I do this, I'm splitting the test into 3 sections: the setup, the actual doing the thing that gets tested, and then checking side effects. So I believe that the setup is pretty much the same for all these tests, which means it should probably be put into a helper. Set the timekeeper, set its factories, configure it, tell it to bind, and then we're going to do an const auto transaction equals webgate make connection. No, it was send request. All right, it needs a request and it needs a secure flag. So request false. Let's break this up, I guess. Send request unsecure, and we'll make one for secure in a little bit. Secure. So I need one. Request. Doesn't really matter what I put here, does it? So, request, let's just... What's something minimal? I just want to verify it gets to the the mocked web interface correctly. Let's just use method. Ooh. Actually, there are certain things I did want to test in this, right? Actually, the only thing it does is it sends it to the correct client, so I don't really care at all. I just want to make sure that that request is forwarded like it should, and that it uses the correct client. So the check will be, it will call request. So we need to be prepared to mock request. Where is that? Client transport, here it is. Oh, right, it uses a real web server. So it'll arrive through a connect, won't it? So it will make a mock connection, which will pretend to be a server, and it will receive a request. Oh, this is always pretending to want to upgrade it to WebSocket, so I need to adjust this a little bit. Right, we'll recover the request. It won't be null. We'll push it back, and then really, okay, it'll do this. I don't want it to do that though. Actually, I don't care if it does. Who cares? I just need to make sure the request got through to the correct place. Back from work. I got the reCAPTCHA stuff working. I'm just making unit tests for it. All right, so it will arrive back in the mock secure. No, what is it? It's in the framework. Yeah, mock client secure transports. I'm just gonna take from another test that uses it. So like this, that, okay. So we're just gonna steal this and reuse this. So the assert is that because it's unsecure, we expect there to be one unsecure transport created, and it should have one connection created, and the scheme should be, actually we need to set the scheme, don't we? Hold on. Okay, fine. We'll just do this. Parse from string, so we'll do something simple. Example.com, right? Actually, do I really care about that? I really only care about the method, don't I? What do I have out of here? A scheme. Oh, requests, yes. How is it that I'm storing the scheme there, though? Anyway, it should be HTTPS. HTTP, right? And yeah, I guess we'll verify that. Why not? I don't care about the port number, do I? Where does this port number come from? Is that what the WebGate sets up? Yeah. All right, whatever. Oh, wait a minute. No, there it is. It's put in there. So this will be 80. Although the WebGate doesn't care, does it? It doesn't care. So I shouldn't care either. There's one request. The method is foo. That's the only really thing I care about. The request makes it through to the correct transport. So I don't care about any of this other stuff. Like that. I only care about that. Player account security, yes. You want to see my CAPTCHA? There it looks like. Looks like that. I am not a robot. It works. I have the reCAPTCHA string in there. I'm doing the backend stuff though now too. I had to have my servers make connections to Google servers to verify the CAPTCHA token. Okay, I don't care about any of this other stuff, do I? There we go. So the other test will be that if we tell it we want a secure connection, it should show up on the secure transports. There. So that set of tests there, if I get it right, will be paired with the changes I made to WebGate. Why does it not like about this? Vector. Okay, I don't get it. Why I get an error? Why error me? Const auto reference. I don't get it. What did I do wrong here? I copied this from somewhere else. Let me see what I changed here. Yeah, that's the same. There's no difference. What the heck? I don't get it. Literally the same code with a few expectations removed. Yeah. What the heck? Oh, wait. Two things called request. Okay, that's right. So request sent. And this is request received. That's what it is. Hey there, said who. Shout out to said who. Said who likes to use Shader Toy and work on graphics shaders, which are I find fascinating. So when he streams, check out his channel. This is request received. There we go. Cleaned it up. So it's confusion over variables. Variable names were confused. Okay, let's try this test. Ow, it's already 2 o'clock. I didn't think this CAPTCHA stuff would take all day. Okay, here. Raft, WebGate test, yes. Okay, broken. What did I break? Secure is not working. 2. Why is it getting 2? Huh. Wait a minute, I was seeing a problem with this before, wasn't I? It was a copy-paste bug. Let me see if there's a similar copy-paste error here. I think this is it. We can't reuse this index. Yeah, I can't do that. So let's call this one unsecure. And call this other one secure. Secure. I think that's probably it. Hey there, 3D Extended. How's it going? I'm just adding formal unit tests for the prototyping work I did earlier, which was to do CAPTCHA stuff, so... Actually, why am I doing get GUI from there? I don't know. So I have this working now so that you can... let's reload this. You can register a new account. I won't set a password yet, but the CAPTCHA, it uses a component. I didn't write it, but I just leveraged it. That gets us a CAPTCHA value, and then when I hit register, it goes to the server, and okay, I removed all the diagnostics so you can't see it, but it sends a request to Google servers to verify the CAPTCHA value is correct, and then if you can get that far, you can log in now. How do you go about unit testing graphic stuff? I don't. I do not unit test graphic stuff at all. Yeah, graphic stuff and user interfaces in general. I've tried to do some testing of that, but I just think it's too difficult for the gain that you might get back. I just, for like graphics and user interface stuff, I just test it myself and have other people test it. Let the human eye and other senses detect if there's a problem. Okay, so that test is done. Maybe I can check that part in. Incremental check-in, here we go. So we're accepting this change that now we can asynchronously send a request from the WebGate. And it takes 2 factories now, secure and unsecure. And we have an additional parameter now for setting the transport factors. There are 3 of them now. And there's the new method I added. There are people who do test user interfaces. I don't know about graphic stuff, but there are very elaborate test frameworks out there designed to test user interfaces. I used to know about one, but I completely forgot what the name is. Transport. Okay, this is too much changes, right? No, oh no, this is like doubling the transports. Okay, here we go. We need that. Then when that changes, this has to change as well, right? They're pulling in the certificates, the network connection, transport layer, so we need that. Jest for React, that's true. But I'm thinking like if your test point is like looking at the graphics, there are frameworks for that just take a screen grab of the user interface and look at the positioning of things, but it's really complicated. Web stuff you can kind of cheat, right? Because you don't have to look at how it's rendered, you can look at the DOM. So that's a bit easier, right? You just look into the DOM, make sure that the elements are where they should be. But it uses snapshots, but it's of the DOM, right? That's my guess. Right, we moved the web gate. We had to say it's insecure there. So all this is required. This stuff is, I'm going to end up mingling things together if I'm not careful. We need the certs here. Yeah, I'm kind of over time, aren't I? I'm gonna get the tests in for this new feature for CAPTCHA, and that'll be it for today before I burn myself out. So I didn't get everything done today. I really just did the CAPTCHA stuff. I guess tomorrow I'll do the rejecting bad passwords. Discouraging multiple login attempts with bad passwords, and then some basic filtering of player names. You didn't get anything done today either? So I felt I got something done today. It just took a lot longer than I thought. I thought this would take 2 hours and it's ending up taking 4+. Make connections secure. So I do want this. Yes. I feel like staging everything together, which means I should have tests for this. Which is that it should try to ask Google to verify the CAPTCHA. Okay, let's just stage it all. And I won't check it in yet. Let's just add the unit test for requiring a CAPTCHA. Did I look into CI and running tests for each commit? Not yet, but I have it on the list to probably just set back up again a Jenkins inside a Docker container and have that run somewhere. Yeah, I haven't updated my notes for that stream because I haven't gotten to it yet. But I think I put it in Trello. Thanks for the follow, by the way. UArcC. So I think in my Trello here I have one for CI. Code coverage and continuous integration. Idea: set up Jenkins to automatically make Linux builds. So I'm kind of tracking it more in Trello now. Still kind of semi-evaluating Trello versus other things. Yeah. You want to try Jest for image comparison? Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I'll ever use it, but that's interesting to know about. American Express wrote it? Interesting. I bet that's because part of their automation, right? What would that be for? Financial transactions? Okay, so we're adding in. Actually, am I adding something, or is this already part? Do I already have a test for registering a new account? I think I might already have one. Let me look for register. Okay, create new player account. Here we go. So it's just adding more to this test. We'll expect not only did it append an entry, it also should have checked with Actually, no, this is gonna crash, isn't it? What will this do? Let's see what it does. I think it won't append it because it'll be waiting for a response back from the CAPTCHA service. Yeah, see? It never got that far. It crashed. It crashed here. Because there's no transaction, right? Okay. So that means we have to, in the mock, we have to give out some kind of transaction object. Shoot. So you work on that stuff? This job you hate? Okay, we'll try to avoid using words that have anything to do with playing with Scissor's job, because currently he is not liking his job. So does that mean I can't use the T word? Gosh, I've been using that everywhere. I'll try to not say it, okay? So when the mock WebGate asks to make a request, we can't return null pointer. We gotta return something. I guess we can just make one of these, right? It's just a structure. So we can make one. We have to have a, oh no, we have to have a derived class. So we need a mock transaction. Oh, I said the T word. Shoot. I already failed. Transaction is fine. I just can't say the F word. F-I-N. Yeah, I can't say that. I don't have a mock transaction. Okay, well, what am I going to do about this? I guess I got to make one. Let's do it. This is a fake transaction. It's handed out by mock WebGate whenever the coordinator makes a request to send a sends a web request. Okay, so struct mock transaction. Okay, what do we need to mock out of this interface? It's like a couple methods, right? Await completion. And then one with takes no timeout, and then a set delegate. So that's what we'll be really caring about. I don't think we need to care about await completion. So we can just return true. And the other one, actually I should say override, shouldn't I? The other one doesn't need to do anything. Yeah, we know you're joking. I was joking too. Alright, so here we need to do something. I need to save that and call it from our tests later. Let's do that. We'll say this arrow that equals that. Minimally, that's all we need, right? So, oh, when we hand it out, we need to be able to get it back. So we will make a list here. So vector of, isn't the vector not, oh, vector is not even included. Vector of shared pointers to mock transactions. So we'll call this send requests. So we will just make one down here and push it back. Transaction. We got to return it too. Let's make one. Standard make shared mock transact. Whoops. Load. There we go. At least IntelliSense is working better now. I don't have any beers. I'm kind of sad about that right now. My posture is really bad too. Oh, I need to stretch more, sit better. Okay. I don't think we need to do anything other than keep it and return it. Because they will... Yeah, that's all we need to do. So that test will no longer crash now. It'll just never get completed. So this will fail because it never gets stuff, right? Yeah. So it never appended it because it hasn't received back. So question is, do I want to split that into 2 tests or not? Oh, I got a crash. Which one crashed? Not that one. This one? Ah, it's that one. Successful login. After, oh, yeah, I think I know why. Because it just assumes that, yeah, the test makes an assumption. We can't actually see where it threw, can we? Oh, no, it's here. Right, it's part of the arranged. It assumes that it works. Yeah, part of my refactoring of this coordinators test will be to have a helper that does this. So let's just get the other one to pass. These should work, right? Just didn't run them. That moves my cursor. I hate that. I have to click there first, and it's going to move my cursor around. Okay. Okay. So to get the old behavior, we basically just need to complete the transaction that we get. Well, actually, let's expect the transaction. So assert equal 1 for, it would be what? Mock WebGate. We're not saving the fact that it's secure or not. Do I care? I don't think I do. I'm not going to care about the secure flag. Do I care that they sent the request correctly? Maybe. Let me think about this. I guess I do. I want to make sure that they request it from the correct API point. Yeah, okay. So we're going to have to store that request. So that means I can't just push back a transaction. I got to make a structure. So something like this. So send request. And we're going to say send request transaction equals transaction. And push that. Actually, we're going to move that in. And we'll stash the request there as well. I actually might as well record the fact that it was sent securely. Or not. Data should be validated before hitting that function. Well, I'm testing the stuff that validates it, right? This will test that it actually is sending it to Google and not somewhere else, basically. So let's make a structure. And that replaces what's in here. Like so. And HTTP request. Full secure. I feel the need to initialize it. Okay. Come on, catch up, IntelliSense. Not catching up. I think it's because it's a long file. Anyway, compiler will help you catch up. I know it doesn't like that. Why not? Can you spell it? Hold on. Struct send request. Send request. What's the big deal? Syntax error. Oh. This is the second time it's happened. I've had a name collision and gotten really confused. Okay, so I can't name the structure that. It's gotta say, how about send request details? Context? That sounds good to me. Contexts? Alright, let's try that. Okay, so this will be send request contexts. Assume we have a context, right? And then we need to basically trigger its callback. What other compiler errors do I have? What's the deal here? So many errors. Get to the point. Okay, the point is on that line. Oh, size. It's a collection. I wish it was smart to just say, hey, you should probably do size. Yeah, they should. Well, I'm not giving it any favors by having the file so huge. I think IntelliSense struggles when you get past 1,000 lines. All right, so we will assert that we have a context, and so let's get the context out. So we're gonna get it out. And what we're gonna do with it? We need to go, we're gonna make sure that the request is correct. So expect true, that it's a secure request, and expect equal the here's our opportunity to make sure that the URL is correct. Expect that is what happens if we take the send request context.request.target and ask it to generate a string, and then we have to complete the transaction. So actually we can also verify the token is correct, right? Oh, we have to put the token in here too. reCAPTCHA is can I has no I am a not a bot, a robot. I'm not a robot. And then okay, so we can also make sure that the request is a post, right? How come this doesn't like this? Generate string turns a C. Oh. Well. Hold on. Is it really not liking that because it's C versus C++? Okay, well, I can do this. That should make it happy. No? Not enough arguments for compare equal. Why not? Oh, because I need a comma. Holy moly. All right, so expect it's a post, right? Method. And what else do I want to expect? Oh, right, I want to expect... This is all the things Google would do, right? It needs to have this as a body. So... Actually, do I need this? I don't... Maybe I don't need that string after all. Maybe it's just a comma I was missing. Yeah, it was just a comma all along. So I don't need a standard string. I can just put in here secret equals, and then we know what we're using this as a secret for now. So I'll just bake that into the test. And then response equals I am not a robot. That should be the body, right? So that should be request.body. And I guess we should also expect the size of this. Let's move that off. So const standard string expected body equals that. Length. Hold on. Let's turn that into a string. Expect that to be equal to request.headers.get header value content length. And also there was a content type, right? And that should be equal to that www thing, this thing. All of that needs to match, and then if so, we'll complete the transaction with a success. So we have to do this, right? Send request context dot transaction dot or arrow response dot, and the only thing it cares about is the body has to have it, right? Let me find out what do we care about? Yeah, we only look at the body. We only look for that success flag. It's not really even testing to see if it timed out or not. Like if we can't get to Google, it'll just end up going here and saying error code's null. That's I guess I can improve that later. So we will just set the response dot body equal to JSON object some object dot to encoding. And what does Google say? Success true. That's the only thing we look at, right? Okay, we could simulate the bad password thing too. Let me make a to-do thing. Another stream, I'm gonna have to go do this as well. Let's say a bad reCAPTCHA value. For now, though, that should be a comma. And then we have to trigger the done, right? So completion delegate. Oh, we should do an assert that one is set. So assert true, or no, assert false that is equal to null. A lot of work. Right, it was the mock transaction had to set that. Right, this. Okay. All right. That allows us to recover it, make sure it's not null, call it. I think I'm going to move all of this into a helper for the other tests, but let me just make sure this test should pass now. Got further. Oh, right, it puts in the 443. Forgot about that. It is secure. And that's just a side effect of how my web client is designed. It's not smart enough to look at the scheme and know what the default port number should be. Hey, it passes now. So let me take all this and make this all needs to go into a helper for the other test, because I don't want to repeat that again. This one will make it explicit for this test only, and all the other tests will leverage a helper. Yep, add and pass. All right, so we'll call this simulate CAPTCHA success, and I think it will have a parameter. We'll have to put in the what we actually put in for the response here. Actually, we can, let me think about this. I can do that and then add to it, right? CAPTCHA value. Or is it reCAPTCHA value? So that's, I need this here. All right, and I can remove all these asserts for the other places, right? So it's a bit shorter. We just need to fill in a body and call the delegate. That's all we really need. That's all that I care about. Oh, I don't need this at all. We just simulate success. Don't need that. We just say, we get the request, we store a success in there and call the completion delegate. Okay. So all these other tests that did create new player. Account forwarded to leader. So this one does verification, so I need to do that here. Is this wait necessary? I don't think so. Let's just do that. DBC? What's DBC? DBC. I'm drawing a blank. Sorry, 3D extended. Don't know what DBC means. Designed by contract. I've heard of this before. Sounds like something my mentor would say. Did I miss the question? I did miss the question. What do you think about DBC and the user invariant and post-condition checks? I think it's a little pedantic to have runtime checks for that. I guess it would be okay for debug time checks. Post-condition checks are that's sort of like what I'm doing in my unit tests, right? It's checking in the asserts here that the side effects are correct. That's a post-condition check. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, this design by contract stuff was a bit more pedantic and formal than I'm used to. Inside of every public method. Yeah, I would say that there's a spectrum of developers where one side of the spectrum is you do the design by contract, runtime checking every method, that all the inputs are valid, all the pre and post conditions are correct, and then the other side of the spectrum is you just don't give a crap. I'm maybe 3/4 of the way towards the don't give a crap end of the spectrum. I will do checks in the unit test to make sure that components behave correctly, and then I'll just hook them up, and usually don't have a problem. Where I will be really pedantic though is where there is user input, right? So an example of that was where I was doing this making sure that the reCAPTCHA string only has these characters in it because I don't want them to inject another secret equals something else into the string and fool Google into thinking we're using a different site key. I really want to avoid that by not allowing the key would be to not allow one of these @ sign symbols. So it's outside of the dictionary we allow. It will drop them. So that's sort of like that's one place where I really will do this input validation. I guess you would call that a precondition or input validation. But other than that, yeah. It would take like a lot of problems or bugs that would have been prevented by having that kind of validation to convince me to be on the other side of the spectrum, I think. Okay, this needed to put the CAPTCHA in it. Actually, I guess it doesn't need it, but let's just put it in anyway. Actually, let's look for all registers and do that. reCAPTCHA, I am not a robot, right? Okay, so I guess everywhere we do that, and it is not actually doesn't matter. The from doesn't need to do it because it's validated on the first server side. Yes, here we will do it though. Okay, I think that covered it all. Precondition, yes. I remember that a little bit of that from years and years ago, where I think I was in school and they were talking about that, and I always just thought it was like checking every single pointer for null. Maybe it makes sense on the user-facing component, but when you get deep into, let's say, for example, you're in my architecture and you're debugging a component that's way down here, it's so removed from the outside world that the only way it's going to get improper input is if I have a bug in one of these other components. And my goal is to separately test each component. So if I've tested executor and I've tested reconciler, Realm shouldn't need to validate its inputs because it only gets inputs from those previously tested components. And if I found a bug, like we're sending some bad input to Realm, then I would fix it there. And that would be a test time, not a runtime thing. So, I don't know. I could be wrong. The test of a message was indeed sent to Google. So that is this right here. We're making sure it would have been sent to Google. Right? The URI has to exactly match. So, because the web gate is being mocked. So this component doesn't talk to the outside world directly. It goes through this web gate, and we've mocked the web gate so that we verify it would have gone out to that site. So it doesn't actually send it here. No. None of the unit tests will actually go out to the outside world, except for the one that actually would go to the outside world. In its unit test, it does go to the outside world, but there my mock is either a web server or a web client on localhost, and it just uses a loopback address. Should just run all the tests and make sure they all pass now. Yeah, none of this actually goes out. It's all just making sure it would have gone out if the thing in charge of sending requests was asked to go to that, then it would have, yeah, it would have gone out because that's the address. Okay, cool. We are passing. I think I'm done with the reCAPTCHA. I can check this in. Unless I find a bug. So remember, my price that I have to pay if I have a bug is I owe the system a new unit test. Okay, I'm getting tired. So this is add reCAPTCHA checking. Add reCAPTCHA to new player registration. Massive 4-hour work check-in. Push it. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up the stream real soon. I only got one card done today, but that was sort of a long card. I think I've been forgetting to check things off on it too. Yes, I did that. I did that, and I did that. Yep. Done. Yep, getting way past my cutoff date. I cutoff time. I need to eat something, or else I'm going to pass out. So that means that these other cards I'll have to deal with tomorrow. So this will be tomorrow's work. I'm going to use this library called ZXCVBN-C, which is a password strength estimator. I'm going to be pulling it into my project. Actually, I need to make sure that it can do this. What is the license? MIT. Good to go. I like it. I MIT license all my open source stuff too. So I'll be pulling this in, probably modifying how it's built, because I don't want to use make files. Actually, this doesn't even have. Oh, it has a make file. So I won't be able to use this make file, of course. I'm going to have to make a CMake list for it. I'll pull this in, and we're going to use it to make sure that people don't pick things like Hunter2 for their passwords. And then I'll put in some logic. I'll figure out what I want to do here. If you guess the wrong password many times in a row, we might time it out or lock the account or something. And then I wanted to forbid certain name. I'm going to remove the naughty word. We cannot prevent naughty words, but we can prevent certain things like empty string, anything that has unprintable characters, barcodes. So just some basic input sanity checking there. And then for naughty words, I'm just going to rely on human moderators. So we'll have a mechanism in place in the moderation system where you can flag a bad name, and a moderator will, when they get to their queue, they'll have some mechanism to either ban the account or probably just we'll let the mods rename the account, and then next time the person logs in, it'll say, well, a moderator has changed your name because it was inappropriate, or something like that. I had two-factor authentication on the list of things to research along with OpenID. So those I'm still considering. OpenID, probably I'll do that first because well, actually, I need to research both of them. I'll do whichever one is easier first. For use a name generator library for auto-generated names. Oh, that's a good idea because WoW has that, right? So let user have the client auto-generate their player name. Although I do want to have a distinction between player names and character names. Let's just say research name generator libraries. I'll put in the description here. This would be really handy for character names. Default character names. Players might also use it for account names, although probably not, right? And labels. This would be interface. I guess it would also be game state. No, let's just do it all in the client. Oh, I see. So when a mod is processing their queue and the next thing in the queue says someone picked the F word for their name, they could just hit an auto regenerate name. That's a good one. Put that in there. Mods could use this for auto generating new player names to replace inappropriate ones. Or we could just kind of shame them with some kind of silly name generator. Okay, so hopefully this is not too much work for tomorrow, and I'll get through it. Yeah, I thought I would be able to get all 4, but this one turned out to be 5 hours instead of 2, or 4 3/4 hours instead of 2. Twitch is a silly name generator, yeah. What's this? Log unpackaged. Okay, yeah. Already falling behind. Yeah, you know what? It's sort of sad is we'll have to wait almost 900 more days to get to a binary stream again. No more binary numbers for a while. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed watching today. My schedule, it runs from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, so I'm kind of over time by 3/4 hours. And in the meantime, I got a Discord. I do two things before each stream. So I will post both in, actually it's three then, post in Trello any new cards that I plan to do. But I probably won't because this will probably be what the plan is. And then I will put this in my notebook. So if you go to my notebook, like from the today command, and then you, by the end of today I should have a card for, or a page for 113. It'll have the same kind of plan in it. And then I'll post something in my announcements channel in Discord when I'm about to stream tomorrow morning. Thanks for the follow, Crater Lord. Crater Lord, I recognize your name from somewhere. Is it Adam C. Eunice or Leland's stream? Maybe? Lies. Okay, I'm just peeking to see who I can raid now. Oh, Jesse Skinner's going. I haven't raided Jesse in a long, long time. Hopefully he's gonna be streaming for a little bit longer. I'm gonna wait until I get past the ad, because I don't run ad blocker on Twitch. He's wrapping up. Well, if he's wrapping up, then I gotta pick someone else, right? Oh, let me see what he's saying. Yeah, he's wrapping up after all, yep. I could raid him anyway. Hmm. How about Lumpy Touch? Pixel artist. Oh, his channel's loud. Okay, why not? I will raid Lumpy Touch. He's a pixel artist. I enjoy watching him because one day I hope to get a little bit better at pixel art myself. So hopefully you'll enjoy his stream. Thank you very much for watching today. We'll hand it back to Lumpy. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Have fun with Lumpy Touch. Bye.